down on the edge of the cliff somewhere. Oh, can you see one now? Yay! They've been down on the edge of the cliff, and you don't realize how easily elephants can disappear until you know there's 20 of them somewhere on the bank and you can't see them. Morgan's higher up than me. Oh, I can see it right on the edge in the tree line. Oh, that is amazing. Well spotted, Morgan. So patience is definitely paying off. These are my first elephants in Amakhala. How exciting is that? And I'm really hoping we get to see them out in the open so I can see the size. Morgan and I were chatting about the different elephants and where they may have come from, how big they are. Some tuskless females. I can't see that one very clearly. Morgan, does it have tusks?
Yeah.
Yay, it has tusks. That's incredible. And I'm sure these elephants are just really, really happy to be on the bank of the river. This one must be a little distance away from the others. I think the others were on the opposite bank that we can't really see. That's almost directly below us. One big herd moving together, and I'm sure loving that greenery around the dry riverbed. It's the Bushman's River that kind of curves through here, but it's been dry for, I said, almost 5 years now. So any day they're expecting a flood. We say any day, it could be as long as 2 years, maybe even longer. But we're always hopeful that there's going to be some massive, massive rains upriver and it's going to start flowing down here again. And imagine how happy those elephants will be. But even if it is dry, look at how dense and green all of those bushes are. It's still holding water underground. So that, I'm sure, is why the elephants are here. Amy, I agree, this is an exceptionally good start. I'm so happy that I finally seen my first elephants on Amakhala. I'm really ticking off those boxes one day at a time, and elephants in particular, I think you can't ever have a moment with elephants that you can't appreciate them. They're just spectacular animals, the gentle giants. Now, a couple of vehicles have kind of tried to come through and view the elephants, and I think only a few have actually had a decent view of them because it's so thick in there. And they'll be looking for all of the vegetation in the deepest, darkest parts of those thickets, where it's nice and wet underground, and the plants hold a lot of nutrition and water. And so I think they've had a bit of a rough time trying to find them today. But I'm just really, really happy that we're at least seeing one. Hopefully more decide to come out and join, especially now that the sun is coming out. We started off our morning with drizzle and intense cloud cover, and for the first time I can feel a bit of the heat of the sun on my face. I know Alex was listening to some bird calls. Now that the sun's coming out, we're starting to hear some too. I think it's going to be a really good day. This cool weather is hopefully going to make things a lot more active. But we're going to wait and see if the rest of the herd comes out. For now, I'll send you over to Nick just over the hill in Kariga to say good morning.
So unfortunately, we weren't able to say good morning to Nick just yet. We of course will. But we are back here in Okakuya and still enjoying this lovely scene. Kind of almost looks like a Pierre Neef. If any of you are South African or Southern African, you'll know of the artist Pierre Neef. Of course, that also if you do follow art and fine art. However, an idyllic situation right now. A lovely silhouette off the top of that waterhole. And as I said, we will join Nick once again. Just give us a moment or so. But really very peaceful. And I'm just enjoying what the hell is going on right now, because the springbok are off in the distance. There's some lovely bird audio. We've got some helmeted guinea fowl that are rather far away. I'm still trying to figure out what is calling right now. There's some weavers and a bunch of others that are calling. So very cool. I think it's one of the testiculars that is going off right now, but I will have to check throughout the course of the morning. Very cool. And nice to see no breeze, because it really does make this kind of glassy top fantastic. It really does add to the ambience of our view right now. So what we are going to do is we're going to zoom back in on those springbok that are off on the tree line over there, that Mapani thicket that is off to the west of us. And what we will do is then just enjoy the lovely sighting of springbok as they forage amongst all this greenery in the concrete. So here we go. And a lovely scene, because there isn't much wind. We are afforded this ability, otherwise the camera would probably shake. So for now, just a lovely scene to kickstart the morning. You'll notice that one guinea fowl scooting past. Actually, there's two. They're scooting through over there. Those bush chickens doing the most this morning. Probably the most active of the animals that are around right now. So nice to see them. Of course, a breakfast feed going on. And it's predominantly rams that have been here in the last few days. So it's just interesting to note. There's one or two just having a little spar. Nothing hectic going on really. Not even handbags just yet. But we'll just have to wait and see how this all unfolds. Of course, we are waiting for them to get closer to us. We'll get a lovely look of them when they do get here. And we are obviously waiting for anything else that does decide to pop up on the radar. Do assume that wildebeest, that one wildebeest, that territorial bull, will be around. Maybe one or two zebra. And hopefully a gemsbok at some stage. And anything else really a bonus. Is that kind of outside of the scope for the moment. Of course, the majority of the zebra have migrated east. There's a possibility that we would see giraffe, those Angolan giraffe, but if anything, it'll be on this tree line. So we'll just have to wait and see how that all goes and figure out how the day unfolds. So, just watching our springbok. They are fantastic at the moment. It's lovely to have all this life. Just a springbok life, of course, but nice to have them around. Of course, we did just see some helmeted guinea fowls shoot through the frame, and perhaps there's one or two more. So, guinea fowl also foraging around. Some weavers calling, and just nice to be able to switch off, really. And enjoy a kickstart to the weekend. So we are just still watching the springbok graze throughout the concrete at the moment. Of course, there's not too much going on at the waterhole. We're waiting for the Egyptian geese to kind of stir. We'll check in on the goslings and the parents once they do. But lovely just to watch this. And I'm waiting for one or two of the springbok to kind of sit down as well. So, like I said, we're just going to be sitting here for the moment. We're going to enjoy this grazing that is going on. And hopefully the approach of the springbok. There's an acacia pied barbet that is calling right now. But really idyllic and peaceful scenes for the moment. So what has been a rather peaceful scene here in Okakoyo. We're off to Amakhala to check in again with Tess and Morgan and perhaps those elephants if they are present.
So yesterday we were chatting about what Amakhala means, and Amakhala is the local language, Xhosa, meaning place of many aloes. And we couldn't find an aloe yesterday, but Morgan spotted one now right underneath our noses at a beautiful viewpoint called Buzzard View, or Buzzard Lookout. Now these don't have any flowers at the moment, but if you've ever seen an aloe with flowers, it is absolutely stunning. They've got these tall stalks that grow and these bright orange flowers on the top that almost fade to yellow towards the tip of the petals. And they are absolutely brilliant. Now this is just the leaves. You can see it's a very succulent plant. Very succulent. So those leaves, if you open them, look like a gel substance on the inside, very thick and fleshy. And that's where aloe vera comes from, which has many, many benefits, many different uses, not only for moisture, but also for things like burn wounds, moisturizing the skin, all sorts of things. They even have a bit of a boost to your immune system. But elephants in particular love aloes. That's why we actually don't see very many aloes out here, because they are so popular with elephants as a source of food. So if you go to a property very close by in this area that doesn't have elephants, you'll see aloes almost everywhere. And they can grow really tall, almost twice my height actually. And these ones are still really young, so they're just above the ground layer. And they've survived the elephants, maybe because they're on the edge of the cliff. Maybe the elephants don't come up here an awful lot. Have you ever seen the elephants up here, Morgan? Okay, so a little bit further in, not quite on the edge. Sandy, one of the best benefits for animals when you're looking at an aloe is in fact food. So it's not just going to be for things like elephants, it can be all the way down to things like sunbirds, weavers, glossy starlings, mousebirds. They love the flowers, the nectar, but also remember there's a wealth of insects out here. So it attracts not only the birds, but a lot of insects. And of course then the insects attract more birds, so it just keeps going and going and going. But also things like monkeys and baboons, they'll definitely love that nectar. And elephants, of course, will be eating all of those nice succulent leaves and even the flowers as well. It's got a nice sweet taste, but this is a bitter aloe, so this doesn't taste very good. It's just that it gives a great amount of moisture. It's not only nutritional, but it gives a lot of hydration. So it's a great all-rounder. And supposedly it has an immune boost in it, so some form of antibacterial properties in it. And because of the gel-like substance, I've never actually seen an animal apply aloe to anything. If they've got a wound, I don't think they're really thinking that far, if I'm honest. But for humans in particular, that would be a great use of aloe, to cut the kind of fleshy substance out the middle of the leaf. And you can use that for healing wounds, especially things like burns and cuts. And it's very good if you want to stop biting your nails. It's very bitter. Put it on your nails and I promise you, you won't put them anywhere near your mouth. I used to be a nail biter, so I would know it's very gross, but I'm very proud now of what my nails look like. And part of that was, in fact, aloe. Using aloe on my nails. It's great for your cuticles. Bonus. But the animals definitely don't think that far. Elephants' toes are a bit big anyway, I would think, to try and use it as any form of toenail supplement. But they really do love the leaves. They eat a lot of those big, broad leaves at the bottom. They are spiky though, so if you have a look, there are little spikes on the edge of each leaf. So they're not the easiest to handle, but for elephants that have a really tough mouth, I'm sure you've seen them eat sweet thorn and all the other forms of Vachelia and Senegalia that we get. All of those thorn trees just go straight down, including the thorns, so that's not a big concern to elephants at all. But to smaller animals, and even to us, I don't particularly want to pick a fight with an aloe. I certainly don't want to land on one if I fall. And so that's just a small defense mechanism that the aloes have. That and the bitter taste. The bitter taste is supposed to turn animals away. The flowers, though, would be the main attraction. That sweet, sweet nectar. We'll have to try and find one that's actually in flower for you. They are really, really beautiful. Maybe I can find a picture in my tree book. I'm going to try and show you just now. They are super distinctive though, because these leaves, when they die naturally, they kind of still stick to the stem as the stem is growing taller, but they wilt away to a brown, sticky looking kind of structure. Wendy, probably the most abundant aloes in South Africa would be, I would think, Fynbos region in the Western Cape and here in the Eastern Cape. Eastern Cape has aloes everywhere. It's in fact what we're famous for, especially towards the Karoo region, which is a bit further north. So this is probably where aloes are most abundant, and then you'll take it across the coast to the western side towards the Fynbos regions near Cape Town. But more kind of sticking south in South Africa because it's a little bit more, I almost want to say subtropical here. It's a different climate to, for example, the Lowveld, which is that very intense dry heat. There's quite a bit of moisture here, and they are succulents, so they do tend to like that. But you can probably see aloes almost everywhere, and particularly because of the flowers, they've been artificially planted in most of South Africa because they're so beautiful. They attract insects, they attract birds, and they're just stunning to look at. Unusual. And because it's a succulent, I suppose it would do pretty well. I think between all of the succulents, these aloes, when they're in flower, and a rock rose are my two favorite succulents. I don't think there are any rock roses occurring naturally here, though. Probably not, but it looks just like a rose, except that instead of petals, it's each little leaf of the succulent. Similar kind of looking to the aloe, just less spiky and much shorter leaves, and a tiny, tiny, tiny little plant. But they spread like weeds, let me tell you. They grow so easily. Absolutely gorgeous. Now, probably one of my favorite things about aloes in particular is the sunbirds that they attract. I am a huge fan of sunbirds. I've still not managed to get a decent photograph of a single one in my life. But it's a goal. It's on my list. Have you got any nice ones, Morgan, of sunbirds?
One or two.
One or two, yeah. They flit around so quickly, but they are so beautiful and colorful. Also interesting, I've never seen weavers at aloes, but I know that they like aloes. I've seen mousebirds and sunbirds, and orioles, lots of orioles near aloe plants. But I've never seen weavers near aloes. I just haven't been lucky enough, maybe. Oh, listen, all the birds are starting to come out. Lots of sweet little chirps. Oh, heather, historical significance? I'm actually not sure. I suppose well, I guess naming things like Amakhala would be the most significant historical use for aloes here. I guess if it's just a really thick area full of aloes, then it's a great place to use as a reference. But I can't think of a historical event that would involve aloes or anything like that. Can you, Morgan? No. I don't think they have much historical significance because they're quite easily knocked over. They're not very good at fence posts or anything like that. I would think though that if you had quite a few together, they would have maybe been used as a little bit of a defense structure, not a support structure though, because to try and get through all of those thorns might be a bit of a challenge, but then they'd have to be really close together. But I suppose just in terms of natural distribution, if there's an area that's really rich in aloes, it's probably historically known as an excellent area for birding, for insects, for wildlife. And then of course people learned to use aloe in modern societies, so you'll find aloe in a lot of different skincare products in particular. Everything from anti-aging and ironing out the wrinkles right the way through to hydration, burn dressings. You can get aloe vera drinks with chunks of aloe leaf in them. It looks like gel. That's what the inside of these leaves looks like. It's very gooey, very jelly-like. But historically, I suppose, just naturally where they were just known as really good areas for birding and wildlife, and particularly insects. But if I do find anything substantial, I'll definitely let you know. I can't think of anything that specifically used aloes because it's not like they're a very tall, strong tree like a leadwood that could have some form of significance in building in rural communities or way back when people used to use them to build homes and structures. I suppose, medical or medicinal beauty products these days. And then, of course, just a wealth of wildlife. Now, I can just imagine if this river starts flowing, the amount of aloes that are going to pop up might be really, really impressive. But this river, when it is actually in flood, you can drive boats along this river. This river stretches all the way down to the coast. In fact, the Bushman's River is very close to where Morgan and I live in Port Alfred. And down at the bottom, it is actually flowing. It's got water in it, but not this high up, unfortunately. Okay, we're hoping that the elephants are going to pop back up again. They've disappeared into the bank, and for now, I'll send you over to Alex in Okukuyu to see what's happening in Namibia.
Thank you, Tess. And yes, of course, we are back here in Natasha. And we have the first of our springbok coming through to the waterhole at the moment. And we are going to get a bit closer. I did try to do that previously. It just didn't work for me. However, here we go. 2 springbok that have come down. And here are our foraging family of Egyptian geese as well. So I'm going to try and just make sure that all 6 of the goslings are there. At the moment, I think that all of them are. They are getting rather big. So it is going to get tougher to kind of differentiate them from the adults. Looks like both adults though are there as well. But really within the last 2 weeks you can see how much they've bulked up, and there's a lot of food for them. They of course do forage and take in all this greenery as well, but they also are partial to invertebrates, so a lot of the insect life that obviously has spawned right now, these guys will also take that. And it's quite possible that this Egyptian goose will probably shoo that springbok off. Does look like all 6 are there. So quite cool, a lovely scene. And I'm just waiting to see, because it might be quite interesting. These adults will probably shoo off that springbok. Springbok will probably not be aware of it, but the Egyptian geese do not like anyone in their kind of home zone, if you want to call it that. watching the little goslings and parents start their morning swim. Of course, a little bit of foraging going on as well. So they won't just take the new grass shoots that are around here, they'll take aquatic matter as well. Of course, insects and other invertebrates that would be found within the system. So I'm going to just park the camera here for now, and they should all come into frame. Sorry, that wasn't okay. There we go. So they should scoot about for a bit. A little bit of foraging going on, and I'm hoping that that grebe continues to pop in and out of frame as well. They're kind of hugging the water's edge at the moment, so we're just going to sit here for a second. It is a bit thick at the moment. Just have to wait and watch. They should all pop out now, and we should get a good view of them. So from a very peaceful sighting of our Egyptian geese, it's time for us to check in with Nick, say good morning to him in Kariega.
Hello and good morning from Kariega. Another peaceful sighting that we've got here, peaceful setting. My name is Nick and I'm going to be your photo naturalist for today. And we're here just on the edge of Scotia Dam. You can see we've got some Inyala moving away there in the distance. We've got some yellow-billed ducks in the water here. Little warthog trotting around as well. Single impala there, Egyptian geese on the island. So nice little bit of this, little bit of that. So we do have some slightly cooler weather conditions today. The clouds have come over a little bit, just hiding the fierceness of the sun a bit. And it's been a bit of a slow rise for a few of the antelope species. They're getting a head start on their weekend. I think largely because temperatures are a little bit cooler. Nobody's really getting up and moving around all too quickly yet. But nice to reconnect with nature, take our time and slow down our pace as well. You can see this warthog is quite alert. Warthog are notoriously hard to be able to film here in Kariega. In some areas they're quite relaxed, other areas they're a lot more alert. The warthogs here definitely make our lives a little bit tougher to get a nice clear view of them. Okay, we've got two Hardy-Dar ibises with an Egyptian goose back right there. Jojo, I agree, through and through. Lovely, peaceful start to the day. There's a gentle breeze pushing across. Nothing too drastic though. One or two birds calling in the distance. The baboons are quiet this morning. No alarm calling coming from any of the baboons. So definitely a lovely, peaceful start. Nothing wrong with doing a little bit of birding to start the day off. And I'm just having a scan all around the waterhole. We can obviously see this Egyptian goose preening itself. Remember the geese, they live in pairs, so there must be a second one around here somewhere. I don't know if it's possibly on the other side of this little island where these ones are all standing. Tina, generally in terms of the migration of birds, they will migrate away from an area in winter. Often in winter, conditions become a bit tougher. Temperatures drop, food can become harder to find. So if you look at a lot of the migrants here that we get in South Africa, a lot of our migrant species will move away during our winter. So by the time you start going to around April, you may start to see a few of the migrant species leaving. I feel like, personally, I mean, this is a personal thing, it's not a general rule of thumb. I've always felt like carmine bee-eaters they're one of our migrant species. I feel like they're always one of the last ones that I see, and one of the first ones that start to gather and migrate away from the area. It's always an interesting one. When I know that I see a few carmines, then I know we are in summer, we're doing well. You know, I feel like migrant species, you think of a few of the different birds that we've got. I feel like woodland kingfishers are synonymous with the summer season. Remember, they've got that very characteristic call. And beautiful, vivid, vibrant blues. We will have our brown-hooded kingfisher. So he is not a migrant. He will stay here. Remember, he's got a little bit of blue on him as well. But the woodlands kingfisher's definitely got a more electric type of blues. Our Egyptian goose off to do a little bit of feeding for the morning. Some of our swallows, our barn swallows and things like that will be preparing to migrate in the upcoming weeks, upcoming months. We talked about it the other day. I haven't heard any cuckoos calling recently. Any black cuckoos or Deirdricks or classes cuckoos. I mean, we have had a few days of where it's been very windy, and often our birds are not really going to call as much when it is very windy. But it's just an observation that I've made. Yeah, so we've got a few different species here. That one at the back with the slightly longer bill, yellowish bill, that's our grey heron. You can see he's got the completely white neck. Remember, the other species we often get is the black-headed heron. Like his name suggests, he's going to have more of a black sort of ridge on the top of his neck there, going all the way down to his body. Similar sized bird though. But this is our grey heron. You can see he's actually looking to do a little bit of feeding there potentially. Diane, I think all birds will have some type of a call. They're all vocal. Some birds you may not hear them calling all the time, but every bird will have some type of a call. And the calls will vary from bird to bird. You think of an ostrich, it's quite a deep booming type of call. You can confuse it with a lion call if you haven't spent all too much time in the bush. Whereas obviously something like your yellow-billed ducks, it's more of a quack. Your grey heron has got a horrible, I don't even know how to describe it. It's like a screech almost. It's a very strange call. So all birds will have a type, of course, some more beautiful than others. Let's take you across to Okukuyo and see what Alex has got for us.
Thanks, Nick. And yes, we are back in Okukuyo. And what we are going to do is locate the Egyptian goose family. But all the Adams storks coming in, you can actually see them flying around right now, and they obviously do flock, but the numbers are ever increasing, and it's really fantastic to see large numbers like this. So actually what I'm going to do, change of plans, is we're going to get as close as possible into this, because we're going to hopefully notice a number of them coming in, and they probably will spend the majority of the day like this. Really quite fantastic, and they've literally taken up that entire side of the waterhole right now. All of these Adams storks, of course, intra-African migrants, and rather spectacular to see. So what they are doing is feeding on the bounty of insects that are about at the moment, but also a bit of a water break too, and I'm sure we will see a number of them foraging throughout. So they do disperse. But it's really cool to see this congregation of them. And of course, this is probably their flying party. So if they do migrate or move on from here, the entirety of them will all move. And you can see one or two of them landing. So it's quite cool. Lovely scene. Awesome to actually just acknowledge these Adams storks. Very cool. One of the shortest or smallest storks as well that we do get. I did touch on this earlier, that they are very closely related to egrets and ibises as well. There are 20 storks in the world. Majority of them found in Africa, Europe and Asia. There's one species of stork in Australia, and there are 3 in the Americas, so in the New World. In terms of ornithology, that is what we would say. In the New World species being found in America. So that being North and South America as well as Central. So fantastic to see. And interestingly enough, there is a designation that does need to be made, and I have called it out previously when we have seen them, the yellow-billed stork. Actually a wood ibis, so more closely related to the ibises than a true stork. But we are currently watching the Adams storks. They are really special, so lovely to see them in a number like this. Fantastic, huge flock, and you can see them just descending upon us. Really cool right now. So we're going to sit here. Hopefully more will join. And we'll see those numbers swelling. As I was just saying, just going to sit here, we're going to watch, and hopefully the numbers of these Adams storks are going to swell even further. Lots of them have come through. I don't want to try and count them right now. I'm sure we'll get pretty lost, but a decent number, that is for sure. You can just see one or two of them starting to land as well. So landing gear out, and a rather large wingspan, even for a small stork. Kind of spread out and then touching ground. That really is quite cool, watching them kind of come towards us. I'm not too sure what scared them all off. They will come back though, so I'm going to zoom out. And what we are going to do is try and keep tab on what is going on. As I said, I'm not too sure what did cause that dispersion. Perhaps a jackal is around. Just trying to scope throughout the concrete at the moment. So you can see those Adam stalks, and that is what's flying throughout. They did just disperse. We're not too sure what it was that caused that. It's really quite cool. A couple of those young Impala rams also just going at it right now. Nothing too hectic. And overhead, the Adam stalk. So I'm hoping they do come back and join us. I'm pretty sure they will at some point. So quite possibly a jackal or so that did come through to the water. I haven't seen anything mulling about through the concrete just yet, keeping a tab on that. However, we're back with the Egyptian geese and it's one blacksmith lapwing. There's also an egret here as well. Let's get a closer look. If it does have yellow feet, then we know it's a little egret. Otherwise, I'm assuming it's a yellow build. Quite a cool scene at the moment. Hi, Jeannie. Thank you very much for your question. And I suppose the best way to answer it is actually what we're looking at right now. Unfortunately, the geese have moved. But birds feed predominantly on how their bills are shaped. So whether they are small is kind of irrelevant to how that bill is shaped. So the smallest bird in the world is something called a bee hummingbird, and it's found in Central America. It's like 5 grams or something. And some of the smaller birds, and at least the smallest birds that we get, so the pendulum tit is one of the smallest, as well as, or it's noted as the smallest, as well as things called the bronze manakin, a bronze manakin being a seed eater, and the tit being more of a kind of mixed feeder. It'll take seed, but also then being able to take invertebrates as well. So it's the bill shape that really dictates, what birds will take and feed on. So birds of prey, and I'm talking about eagles, kestrels, falcons, hobbies, buzzards, and the rest. They've got that very hooked shaped bill, and obviously designed to take flesh. They are obviously predators. Of course, things like vultures being all the cleaner uppers of the show, the rubbishmen. They obviously perform a very key role in ecosystems, and they should be cherished as opposed to vilified or hated on or even killed for medicinal purposes. And they do travel such vast expanses as well. But of the vultures, at least, those we find in Africa, there are 2 that are actually known to hunt. So the lappet-faced vulture is actually the only one that's really known to hunt. But in terms of the others, and from work I did in Gorongosa a couple of years ago in Mozambique, the white-headed, which is one of the rarest, possibly the rarest of the lot, known to actually fish. And it's been documented there in Gorongosa, and here the Adam storks coming back. Of course, they also have a different beak structure, kind of a long bill, and they take invertebrates. So when it comes to birds, it is their beaks that really determine what they do take. So if you've ever owned a parrot or had a parrot as a pet, You'll notice their beak as well. Obviously, very strong in construction. They've got a huge bite force, and they can obviously take things like nuts, break through that. There's an impala there as well, which is quite cool. And, so different things. There's also some parrots like lorikeets and that, lories, that predominantly only take nectar. So a lot of differences that really then kind of form what the diet is of a bird. Of course, also passerines, non-passerines, and the rest. So quite a bit to get into when we go into the ornithological kind of side of things. I don't want to bore anyone anymore, but yes, we'll narrow it down just to the structure of beaks for now. So Adam's storks are descending upon us. They've moved off, and it looks like they actually are coming back towards the water's edge now. I'll just zoom out. We're going to watch this because it's rather fascinating. You'll see all of them actually coming and flying and descending upon this area as well. So a very large flock. Initially we only had 1 or 2 birds, and now I would say in excess of 50. So awesome to see. What a scene. Very cool. Not something you see every day. As I said, it's fantastic just to watch them all kind of landing down and then also moving back towards this edge. So I'm sure a number of them are going to drink, and a number of them feeding on invertebrates as well. Hi Sam, thanks for your question. And birds go through a molt, so they do replace their feathers. So exactly that, as you said, regrowing their feathers. The molt means that they will obviously then replace those feathers, and it does get rather itchy. So you will see them preening and going through, and any feathers that are kind of damaged or that do need to fall out or move, that's why you see feathers on the floor, they'll get plucked out. So it's kind of like a follicle, a hair follicle. Obviously just the bigger cone and root that then comes out of that wing or body, and then gets dropped and then replaced. So some birds, such as birds of prey, so a martial eagle for example, takes 7 years for them to then reach maturity to that plumage. So that means that they would go through 7 years kind of molt, really, before they are adults. Battaliers, much the same, so between 5 and 7 years. So just an interesting point of, I suppose, interest with regards to that. So you will always notice birds, at certain points in the day, kind of preening and going through, making sure that all is okay. Very good hairdressers, or at least personal hairdressers for themselves. It's noted that most storks, because they don't have a developed kind of voice box or larynx, really, I think it's a larynx, they're predominantly quite silent or mute. Of course, they do click their beaks, they do make some form of sound, but predominantly silent as well. So a huge flock like this really not going to make too much noise other than the wings. And there's just more descending upon us, and it's really fantastic to watch this. Really cool. So clearly lots in the area, a bounty of food for all of the Adams storks. And that is why we have such great numbers around at the moment. So it's been fantastic to watch all these Adams storks descend upon us. Of course, they did fleet off at some point, but they've all come back, but they're actually in a larger number than what they were. However, as I sit here and enjoy this scene, we're off to another scene with Nick and Karicha to see what birding he's been up to.
Really been able to see what it is, but it looks like possibly a frog. This is our first kill for the day, guys. Boom shakalaka. So you can see it looks like, yeah, it's a frog. You can see its legs hanging down there. So it looks like he's just kind of washing it off there. So where he's caught it from, he caught it and then he's flown to where he is now, sort of 10 meters away or so. And I'm just trying to have a look to see, oh no, it's still kicking. If anybody is a little bit squishy, maybe this is not the time to be having a look at this. But unfortunately for this frog, this grey heron does need to eat at some point in time. That's a sizable frog, that one. I'm not too sure of which species it is, but I mean that's a chunky chap. That's going to do that grey heron quite well. This is amazing action to be witnessing. You can see that sharp and big dagger-like bill of that grey heron would have really done the job well of piercing and grabbing that frog. So I think more than likely he's just kind of cleaning it off there, and then we might see him shuffling it around a little bit, trying to orientate it to make it easier to get down, to be able to swallow it. And I have seen this grey heron catch 2 frogs before, in sort of previously a week ago or so. And this is absolutely incredible to witness. Remember, he will sit motionless for even half an hour at a time, just looking and waiting, not even moving his feet, not even creating any ripples. And he would have lashed forward straight away. You can see his neck. Look at the positioning of his neck, how it can almost go into that S formation. So a similar sort of formation to what a snake would do before it propels itself forward. There we go. He's just got it down. Wow, that's incredible. Kind of looks like it's in the throat there still. And down it goes.
Here at Wild Earth, we know it's not always possible to watch your favorite show live. If catching up on safaris is critical to you, then download the Wild Earth app and watch the catch-ups here first. Catch-ups are available on our app before YouTube, and in addition, there are cut-downs of each show for those who only have time to watch the best bits.
That was incredibly cute.
Download the brand new Wild Earth app today and don't miss out.
So just 4 impala in this bachelor group. Remember, it is quite common for males to separate themselves slightly from the females. So for the males at this time of the year, they're basically going to be focusing on feeding and bulking up. So very peaceful amongst the impala. And all the birds are quite peaceful here. Talking about birds, let's take you across to Alex and see if he's got any of them for us.
And thank you, Nick. And we're back here in Okakuyo, and we're really just watching how these Adam storks have descended upon us like this. They really have come through in good numbers today. The numbers swelling throughout the week. So from 1 to really, I would think, pretty much over 100. I don't want to fathom, well, I am fathoming, I guess, at that, but I don't really want to go through and count them because there have just been many of them that are coming through, and they really do extend kind of across the landscape at the moment. It's fantastic to see, really inundated by them. I just want to zoom out so that everyone can get a perspective as to how many storks there really are here. And what they will do is, of course, they do migrate in terms of intra-African migratory systems. So they kind of move south from the equator and above this equator. So from the Sahel Belt, which the Sahel Belt really separates Sahara and the desert areas of northern Africa towards the equator, and then southern of the equator, you obviously get the areas where we are right now. And they'll then move from there, so West Africa, across to East Africa, and then down, kind of down the Rift Valley as well. So this is effectively their winter, really. And they breed up north above the equator, but south of the Sahel is what I said, or within that Sahel Belt. So the Sahel Belt, for those of you who don't know, is kind of that kind of secondary savanna system or system belt that not many people do know about, and it is exactly what separates kind of the equator and the desert. Here is a black rhino, and we were just talking about that. I don't really want to show too much of them. There's been a spike in poaching, and interestingly enough, we do talk about black rhinos that only graze, and this one taking in the devil thorn flowers at the moment. So, or black rhinos only browse or take in succulents, and this one clearly head down, taking in the flowers. But I did want to move out. There's a spike in rhino poaching that has occurred here in Okakuyo, and any nefarious characters that might have tuned in, really screw you. However, we don't need to be showing that right now. So roughly 46 rhinos that were poached here in Okakuyo last year, 2022. Predominantly black rhinos, because this is an area of really probably the highest density of black rhino in the world left, at least the southern western subspecies of Dicornis bicornis. And of course, the prevalence and maintenance of that species is key. So black impala or black-faced impala that are coming down now. And just something to touch on with regards to poaching, and this occurs and it is relevant to any species. As soon as animals start to wiped out or are wiped out in numbers that exceed the birth rate of that animal, then of course we start to see a decrease in the numbers of that animal. And an animal such as a rhino, it's got a gestation of around 18 months. Obviously very long, and it does take around 5 to 6 years before that calf might move off and then start to mature as well. So it starts to become sexually mature even. Of course, with males that might take longer. Obviously you have to bulk up and then compete for mating rights as well. That does take longer. So it takes a very long time for those animals to kind of spawn up, if you want to call it that. And as I was alluding to, any number or population of animals where the death rate exceeds the birth rate means that we're in a decline. And quite clearly with poaching, in particular with pachyderms. More Adam stalks coming through. But in particular with pachyderms, so rhinos, elephants, and the rest, long gestations like they do, and obviously long maturity levels, kind of bolster or maintain a population obviously is rather tough. As I said, I'm going to move away from the rhino. Of course, lovely to see him. I'm a huge fan of black rhinos, but we don't want any nefarious characters getting any ideas here. But yes, so as I was saying, once that birth rate decreases or is not stable and is lower than the death rate, then of course the population is in decline, and that population then really is negatively affected, more so than what it would be already. So we do hope that conservation efforts do prevail, things such as the military and anti-poaching units obviously being effective and being able to fight the scourge. Of course, one of the toughest things is also fighting traditional beliefs. And it really does start at home. So educating children is probably where we do need to start, because they are very good vessels when it does come to education around wildlife matters and conservation as well. So being able to dispel those myths, but long held or ancient traditional beliefs are obviously very hard to break. And of course, there isn't really any medical belief or benefit of consuming rhino horn either. So it does start at home, and also does start with the youth as well. So the economics behind rhino horn trade and even trade, they really aren't viable. There's never really a way to be able to supplement the demand that would be out there if that was the case. And of course, it's taken a couple of misplaced comments for that rhino horn to then obviously be in higher demand, being able to cure things, pseudo cure things such as cancer and the rest. These myths do need to be dispelled. However, we are here with the springbok, and we are watching their beautiful silhouette at the moment. The Adam stalks did fly off, but a peaceful scene that has started to unfold right now. So at the moment, we're just enjoying a quiet moment, a scene really, with these springbok that are here at the water's edge. A lovely silhouette with no breeze. It kind of is like a mirror. You've got that. It's almost double the springbok when they do get to the water's edge. So lovely to watch. Awesome playing out like this. Very cool. There's an acacia-pied barbet that's also calling, or was calling in the distance. So just getting those Egyptian geese coming through. There's a couple of European bee-eaters that are also calling. And really all the action down here in Okakuya at the moment. Really up here in Okakuya in the moment. So northwest of myself currently in Joburg. But very cool scenes. So the Egyptian geese coming into frame at the moment, and we're just watching a number of the springbok come through for a drink. So feeding throughout. Very cool. Lovely scene. So lots going on at the moment. Egret coming through, that acacia pied barbet, and lots of springbok coming down to the water, at least on this side at the moment. So it's quite special and a very peaceful scene. So sun kind of breaking through the cloud as well. There's a bit of shadow that's starting to form over there underneath that camel thorn. And what we're going to do is we're going to just continue to sit here for the moment. And see who else comes to join us, really. So we've had a very peaceful time here in Okakuya, and it's time for us to check in again with Nick and see what's going on down there in Kariega.
So we've got a few more animal species that have started to make their way down to Scotia Dam here. Closer in the water there, you can see we've got some warthogs moving around, zebras coming for a drink, eland. And just out of the picture on the left is a blesbok, and there are some impalas. Sun is definitely starting to come out a bit more. Humidity levels are starting to increase. You can see our heron is just at the top of that island, feeling very happy with himself after catching that frog. And what a scene of plenty here. A little bit of this and a little bit of that, really. Yellow-billed ducks on the island. That you could
So sadly we did just lose Nick there. We will be back with him though shortly. However, we're still just watching the springbok here in Okakuya that are bolting about, coming through to the water, quite busy, of course grazing as well. Thoroughly enjoying those yellow flowers that are abundant at the moment. A kind of a yellow carpet that is formed. So a lovely scene at the moment. I do just want to move across again, because, as I said, we are trying to avoid the rhinos at the moment, the spike in poaching that has occurred here. There is our wildebeest bull, and of course we've got a number of Adam storks as well. And we've really had a good start to today. It's been rather fantastic, great views, lovely scenes across in Amakhala. Of course, lovely scenes here. Large numbers of Adam storks. And nice scenes down in Kariga as well. But that wildebeest bull is here. As I said, we are trying to avoid showing black rhinos at the moment here in Okakuyo because of the spike in poaching that has occurred. Of course, we are obviously stationary, and it doesn't really aid or show or do too much, but whatever we can do, we will try. Adam storks were kind of dispersed earlier, are coming back in good numbers. So I just want to check that they aren't going back to where they were, and then we'll come back. Of course, you are here in Okakuyo though with myself, Alex, and today we're also joined with Tess and Morgan down in Amakhala and Nick in Kariga, as well as Ben and Igor in Madikwe. So at some point we will be across in all different locations and we'll be showing you different things. And if you do have any questions or comments or anything else you wish to know, do send those through. It is obviously a live and interactive experience, and it is your journey into the African wilderness with us. So anything that you wish to know or that might be of interest that is right here, let us know. Send it through. We'd love to interact with you guys as well. At the moment, we're just watching these Adam storks descend upon us. The numbers swelling. I think we had an excess of at least 100 earlier. And if you took the time to count them, let me know how many you saw. I am not going to try that just now because it's kind of ever swelling, and then they do get flushed every now and then as well. So you might get half the way through and then there might not be anything to watch. So we will go on a rough estimate for the moment. So really cool that we've been able to watch these Adam storks come through. Nice to see that wildebeest bull that is also in the distance at the moment. But it's time for us to check in again with Tess and Morgan in Amakhala and see what's going on down there in the Eastern Cape.
So I am in a different area of Amakhala altogether. My first time on this northern section of the property, and we've got the female cheetah with the two sub-adult youngsters having a beautiful nap out in this open area. It's so exciting to meet 3 different cheetahs that I haven't seen before. Now they look like they are going to be quite still while we're here, but the wind is starting to pick up and there are a lot of plains game around. I'm wondering if they might start getting active just now. Because remember, cheetahs hunt during the day, they don't hunt at night much. So maybe with animals around we might get lucky. Morgan and I keep saying this, but we really want to see them moving and hunting and being cheetahs. Not that there aren't being cheetahs now when they're lying down. Now it seems like these cubs are just over, or sub-adults I suppose, not cubs anymore, just over a year old, somewhere between 13 and 14 months or so, I think, from what I've been told. So they're still quite young. They've still got a good few months with mom before they actually move off. And I don't know if it's males or females. All I know is definitely mom is a female. And they must be at that age now where they're really starting to start hunting on their own. And I know Morgan had an absolutely brilliant sighting of them as they were practicing with a little baby springbok. And I remember watching that. I was on leave at the time, and I remember watching that at home thinking, wow, these cheetahs are incredible. They're growing so fast. So for me to meet those same cheetahs, but also to see that they're quite a bit bigger than what I had seen watching from home, it's just absolutely brilliant. Well, it doesn't look like it, but they are in fact all three there. One with its back to us on the right, and then kind of in the middle, one with its front to us, and then on the left I can just see, I think it's part of a hip and a tail, hey Morgan? Facing away from us maybe. Yeah, just a bunch of spots in the grass. But it is starting to warm up, which is amazing. I'm hoping that means that we're going to get some activity. So if the sun starts to kind of poke through the clouds, maybe they'll move into the shade. I'm thinking I'm getting the name right. Ronnie, it sounded like. Ronnie? Okay, I'm hoping so. Ronnie, thank you for your question. Cheetahs are very prone to having their kills stolen, so they often get chased off of kills. Hello, we've got a head up. That is amazing. So yes, in any kind of environment, cheetahs are really vulnerable to being chased off of carcasses, from vultures to hyenas to lions to leopards to even wild dogs. Anything and everything will try and chase cheetahs off of a carcass. So they've got to work really hard to find that food, and their adaptation to try and cope with that is as soon as they've killed something, they'll rest for a short while to catch their breath and then eat as fast as they possibly can to make sure that they've gotten enough food in that it was worth hunting, worth using the energy to try and get some back by eating really fast. And then if they do get chased off the kill, at least they've got a decent reward from that kill. But in this area, there aren't any lions and there aren't really hyenas. There would be brown hyenas around, I suppose, but there aren't really even any spotted hyenas. So their biggest threat, I suppose, would maybe be vultures. And even then, I haven't seen any vultures while I've been here. They're quite rare in this part of the world. So they are very, very lucky in the sense that they won't have to compete as much. But things like jackals would certainly hassle them and hound them. The nice thing is if you've got three decently sized cheetah, very similar to the three young males on the other side, they are the size now where they don't have much competition. But this kind of area reminds me almost of a desert. I'd really like to explore some more of it. But speaking of, I think I'm going to send you over to Alex in Namibia at Okakuyo Waterhole.
Thank you, Tess. And what we are doing is just kind of watching these Adam storks come through and descend upon us. Try to get a better view. I'm going to have to zoom out now because there were a number of them in the sky. They still are there. The numbers are ever increasing. Really fantastic. So what we're going to do is just sit back out here and just enjoy a moment of all these storks as they congregate together. I'm sure at some point something will spook them and they'll fly off again and then come back down. But really lovely being able to watch this. It's not something you see every day, and of course something that we see every time or every day here in Okakuyo either. Very special time of the year, and special times of the year enjoy special moments and peace and quiet. So what we're going to do is just enjoy this moment. Really special. Of course, a number of things in the background, some springbok and of course that territorial wildebeest bull. But it's the Adam storks that we are paying attention to at the moment. So we're still just enjoying the scene at the moment, just watching as the other Adam storks come to join the flock. Really cool. There's a couple of Egyptian geese, obviously, that family of Egyptian geese just moving off to the left. And we are literally just going to just sit here and watch something very cool. It's not something you see every day either. So nice just to take it in. Hi Faltalker, thank you very much for your question. Thank you again for tuning in. And the elephants are still within Natasha. They're just not around Okakuya waterhole at the moment. With this green flush and all the availability of food that is now around, of course, it's lovely grass and that is what they'll be focusing on feeding. So it's not only the elephants that have dispersed, because that's really what has happened. They've all dispersed. They've moved off into this lovely green flush that is around. There's also water or groundwater that is available, seasonal pans that have now become active. So they don't need to frequent these water holes at the moment. So definitely within the area, but dispersion has happened. And they will be focusing on reaping the benefits of all this nutrition and vegetation that is now available to them. So it's been some time actually since we have seen the elephants. So I'm hoping that at some point we do, but definitely capitalizing on all this nice vegetation that is around at the moment. So dispersion is the key word, and just about every species has dispersed away from the waterholes at the moment. So we've really been enjoying a lovely scene here. As I said, not every day we get to see this, but something we also don't get to see very often, or someone we don't get to see very often, is Phumelela. And we're off to Tess and Morgan in Amakhala to check in with her and her cubs.
So the cheetahs have indeed started moving. It looks like they are getting hot. So 2 of them have now rolled over and then flopped over towards the right-hand side. They have repositioned a bit. And I think the one closest to us on the right is the mom, I think, purely because the head and the body are a smidgen bigger than the one behind it. So I'd imagine that would be mom, and then 1 cub behind, or 1 sub-adult behind, and 1 further to the left. But it doesn't look like they're going anywhere fast either. For the fastest land mammal, they are looking quite lazy today. And I suppose that's well deserved. It's a lovely day, it's overcast. There's a slight breeze, so it's actually really good hunting conditions for them. But everyone deserves a nice sleep in every now and then. We've been trying to estimate the age of these sub-adults. So I was told about 13 to 14 months, but Morgan seems to think they're a bit older.
My first arrived, I think they were about
11 months. And that was at least 6 months ago. Yeah. But also looking at them size-wise, when they stood up, they're very, very similar in size to mom. So at kind of just over 1-year-old, you'd expect them to still have a little bit of that mantle on the back of the neck and still be a little bit smaller. they look quite similar in size to those young males that are on the other side of the property. So I would think, yeah, maybe closer to a year and a half old. So almost getting to that stage now where they're going to become independent. That's very exciting. Do you know if they're male or female, Morgan? One male, one female. That's brilliant. But I suppose then what would happen, because what normally happens in cheetahs is the males form a coalition together. There's one male, one female. All three of them are going to end up splitting up completely. Wow. That'll be very interesting. Very, very interesting. Now, in this section of Amakhala, there's definitely more than enough food available. Everything from blesbok and red hartebeest down to springbuck and all sorts of things in between. So I'd imagine they're already pretty good at chasing things down. And soon enough, they'll be doing it all on their own. I'd imagine they'd still be going for things like springbuck. Not quite as daring as the boys on the other side that have been going for kudus, and yesterday they went for zebras. And they went for an adult male zebra, which is mind-blowing. But I suppose it's the best way to learn, to be daring and bold. For now, though, they are definitely looking like they're just dreaming of hunting. They're not actually going to do it right now, maybe. Zoe, thank you so much for your question, and I'm happy to have you on the back of the vehicle with me. I hope you're enjoying the cheetahs. So any of the mammals in particular will go through a slight teething process. It will happen quite young in predators. So for hyenas, for example, spotted hyenas, it's pretty much as soon as they're born, because they're the only predator that we get here in South Africa that's born with teeth. So they come out already with very sharp little needle-like teeth on them, and they already start chewing everything. For cheetahs, lions, leopards, they start having their teeth push out a little bit later, probably closer to about a month old, and then from there they get bigger and bigger. And so that's when the teething process will start. It causes a lot of itchy gums and a bit of discomfort, and so chewing things is probably the best way to get rid of that. It's actually something I noticed recently. I don't know if you saw, but I'm fostering a piglet, and let me tell you, she is chewing everything at the moment because she's teething. So her mouth is kind of irritates her. It'll be exactly the same thing in these cheetahs. They'll start rubbing their faces on things, they'll start chewing on sticks and whatever else they can find. And it doesn't last too long because those teeth come in pretty quickly. They start eating meat quite early on. They'll get called to caucuses quite early on in life, and they should start eating meat anywhere from about 6 weeks old already, which is really small. So they need to have teeth by then. And so the teething process will just kind of disappear as they get more and more used to having their teeth. They just look so relaxed. I really hope I get to see them up and moving. I really hope. I've seen the brothers moving. Now I need to see these three moving. Fingers crossed it happens. We're going to stick it out and see if they do decide to get up. For now, we'll send you over to Alex in Okukuyu.
Thank you, Tess. And yeah, the same scene really unfolding here. Springbok, that wildebeest that's still off over there, and still watching these Adam storks as they kind of descend upon us. That flock is just ever growing. The numbers always increasing, and really fantastic to witness this. So, something special, kind of anomaly for the year. Of course, we will pay attention to that. So, this is the key focus for the moment. And we're just going to watch this flock, the kind of ebbs and flows throughout the course of this moment. Might be the odd spook, and they might move off again and then come back. So that's exactly what we're going to do. We're just going to watch her and see what unfolds. So quite cool. Lovely to be able to switch off and just watch what's going on over here. As I said, I'm sure at some point there might be a bit of a shock to the Adams Stork system. Really cool. Lovely to see the numbers increase to this, what we have right now, at least on screen. We've really taken over the waterhole at the moment. So very, very cool. I'll try to get a bit closer, perhaps see if we can't get a nice ID on them. We have a blue that's on their face at the moment, but I don't think we'll be able to see that right now. Of course, that kind of white belly, black chest, and then around the eye, the top of their bull, kind of almost a turquoisey light blue, very much like helmeted guinea fowl. That is there, and then that bull then being rather pink and red, legs also pink and red as well. The sun was shining. You would see also some iridescence on their back. And as I did say to you earlier, these are possibly the smallest storks that we do get in Africa as well. So one of the shorter storks, they're around 1 meter in height. Of course, other storks being rather large. And marabou, for example, being the largest. But yeah, I'm just enjoying a close moment. A little bit of iridescence being shown at the moment, just coming through. You kind of note that blue that I was talking about on their faces as well. So a large flock that is here. And yeah, you can actually see that blue around the eye, top of the bull, almost on their cheeks really. And pink and red on their legs. So depending on the bird, but for me rather more pink than red. And as I said, around 1 meter in height. So one of the shortest storks that you do get. So we've enjoyed a very close, awesome ID of these Adams storks, being able to note that blue, as I said, that's on their cheeks. I'm going to zoom back out again. Let's get a perspective on what else is going on around the waterhole. Of course, a number of springbok, and actually that was one of the first females or ewes that I've seen here in a while, noted by those skinny horns. So the one that is closest to us, actually the one even on the, yeah, actually there was this one here. And you'll notice between the rams and the ewes, rams having a thicker base to their horn, large width compared to very thin horns of the females. But I'm going to come back out. Let's get a scope on what's going on here. and enjoy what is a very busy Okakuya at the moment. So very cool. Inundated with Adam Storks. There's wildebeest off in the distance as well. Looks like we'll probably actually spend some time a little bit closer into that. Watch as the springbok also forage about and graze throughout the Kalkriek with that wildebeest. So an awesome scene playing Archer. Lovely to see all this action here in Okakuya, but it's time for us to see what action's going on down Namakala. Or if there is any action indeed with those chilling Cheetah and Tess.
So while we are sitting watching the cheetahs, we're getting an occasional movement here and there, just the odd lift of a head or something like that. But we've been admiring the beautiful scenery just like that cheetah is. It's got its head up and it's watching, and I should imagine it's looking for movement of antelopes. We've been scanning around as well with the binoculars, lots of mountain faces and things here. It's really beautiful, but the area that we're in, we're on a bit of a ridge, but it's surrounded by this big open area. And that's pretty much where all of those plains game animals are going to congregate. But I think we're just too high on the ridge and can't quite see down. It's scratching the tree, sharpening those claws. We can't quite see down to where the other animals are, but I imagine the cheetahs can smell and hear them, even if they can't see them. Look at that pose with the paws in the air. You can see those claws are out. They do not retract. And this is a... too far. You can kind of see them. So look for the spiky bits on the end of the toe pads. So we had this conversation yesterday. It was a really cool question we got about their claws, and they don't retract. They got to use them to build up speed. So they need that traction, where leopards and lions keep them safely tucked away. Oh, Jack, thank you for your question. Yes, absolutely. So their ability to hear can either be enhanced or hindered by the wind, depending on how you look at it. So if a cheetah is facing into the wind, it can cause a lot of sound. So if you've got any form of windy spot around you, I challenge you to go and stand in the wind, stand facing the wind, and then turn your head from side to side and see how it changes. So as you turn, sometimes it creates a bit of like a vacuum tunnel, and you can actively just hear the wind louder than anything else, and it almost sounds like a tornado coming past your head. And then turn and change the angle and see there'll be an angle that you can find that it's nice and quiet. And what happens with that is if a sound is being carried on the wind and you can find the angle that doesn't whoosh past your ear and you can hear clearly, that's sounds that you're hearing that are traveling on the wind. So they're traveling from further away, which means the cheetahs will be able to hear something that is further away because it's coming towards them on the wind. So they might be able to hear a springbuck at an extra 100, 200 meters, even further than that. As opposed to when it's not windy, they're listening to kind of dead sound in the air, if that makes sense. It's not blowing towards them or away from them. But in the same respect, it can then hinder them at the same time. If they turn their head too much into the wind, it'll be that whooshing sound, and that'll actually dampen the sounds. They'll hear the wind more than they'll hear the sounds of the springbuck walking or feeding, for example, or even some vocalizations between all of the different animals. And so then they're at a disadvantage because they're trying to listen, but they won't be able to hear clearly what's around them. And what that means is they won't hear if something is approaching them at the same time, and it could be a potentially dangerous animal to them, a threat. How it can also disadvantage them is if something is coming from downwind of them. So they can hear the sounds upwind because the wind is blowing from up towards them, upwind. So the wind is blowing from the animal to them. But if the animal is on the other side of them and the wind is blowing from them to the animal, whatever it is, it's going to blow that sound further away. And so anything coming from behind them, if it's down into the wind, they're not going to hear coming, and that can be a really big threat to them because it means they won't hear something like a spotted hyena coming if there is one coming. Here, very, very doubtful. There aren't any around. But it definitely can either enhance or hinder any experience for a cheetah, just like it would for us. You might hear a sound accentuated coming towards you in the wind, or you might not hear something coming up behind you because it's blowing away from you. So it just depends on the angle. What it can also do, though, which we mustn't forget, is it can actually blow all sorts of little dust particles, seeds, insects, those kinds of things towards them and into their ears, eyes, noses, and that can cause a bit of a problem too. But the hair in the ears kind of helps with that. Their eyelashes help with that, and they can kind of close their nostrils a bit as well. So in a lot of ways it really can change the experience. But what it does mean is that they can use that to their advantage. They can actively seek a position where they can hear really well, but where they can stalk from downwind. So their scent will be blowing away from prey. The prey will be at a disadvantage and be hearing sounds from the other side better. And so then they can stalk up on something as well. So it goes both ways. It just depends which party you're looking at. Seems like a common trend amongst all the cheetahs of Amakhala is using each other as a foot pillow. A nice little footrest.
Wild Earth is looking for unique wildlife sightings filmed by you. They can be old or new, from anywhere in the world, and filmed on a camera or on your phone. In return, we will give you cash, an opportunity to win a prize, and a chance to see your clip on TV with your name in the credits. It's easy. Head over to wildearth.tv/content to find out more.
Right, so whatever is moving around us, we haven't seen anything other than some warthogs a while ago in this particular area. Something's caught their attention. I wonder if that's the mom. It almost looks like it. You can see there's no belly hanging down there below the chest in front of the back legs. There's no big belly, so they could definitely do with some food. They haven't eaten a lot. Oh, there's the warthogs. I've just spotted them again. Okay. That's what caught her attention. There's some warthogs flitting in and out of the bushes on the far left-hand side. Far away. I don't actually know if she'd go for a warthog. Warthogs are notoriously dangerous. They could easily take on a leopard and even lions. It's a bit heavy for a cheetah with those very sharp tusks. I think she's thinking twice. Just watching the movement, but not actually going to go for it. A safer option would definitely be one of the antelopes. She is quite focused. She hasn't moved her body, just her head. Okay. Warthogs are not enticing enough. She's turned her attention the other way. Hoping some springbucks are going to come hopping over the ridge. Wow, she is beautiful. Oh, I didn't hear that whole question, did you?
I heard it was from Joyce.
From Joyce, and I heard something about water.
And kill.
Okay. I'm going to run with this as though I'm imagining what you're asking, Joyce. Water is incredibly important for cheetahs. They are a water-dependent species. Okay, Joyce, thank you very much. Sorry, I had the question repeated there, hence the really awkward pause. So it's incredibly important. Cheetah are water-dependent animals, so as much as they can get some of the fluids from their kills, what tends to happen is, in most scenarios, if they've made a kill, they often get chased off, especially in other parts of the world, East Africa, further north towards the Sabi Sands or the Kruger National Park. There's a lot of other big predators. So they go straight for the meat and don't often get a lot of fluid from the carcass. So let's assume that's the case, and then we'll move on to the next part of it. So if that is the case and they get chased off, they haven't gotten much fluid from the carcass, and now they've ingested a whole lot of red meat that's sitting in their bellies, and that causes the body temperature to go up a little bit, and the body has to start working really hard to digest that red meat. I don't know if you've ever had a really big meal of red meat in South Africa. After every braai, you feel like you are ready for a solid 3-day nap if you've eaten well, and it's because it's more difficult to digest red meat. So she'll need water, or they'll need water, to try and wash that down, to also help dilute the process. So you're adding a bit of a lubricant, but you're also adding an element that'll help break everything down and speed the process up and make it move more smoothly. So the water is incredibly important, not only for cooling them down, but actually for aiding the process of digestion itself. If we go to the other scenario of these cheetahs, which are unlikely to be chased off of a kill, they will get more moisture from the body or the carcass, and that's because there's a lot of blood. There's also a lot of water that's held in the stomach contents and in the organs. So they will get more nutrients from that, but they'll also get more water from it at the same time. So it's really important that they're not only eating the organs for themselves, for in terms of nutrients, to actually up things like magnesium, iron, calcium, and sulfur, even potassium. They need to also have that fluid intake. They'll still need to drink water most likely, but they might not have to drink as much, just to kind of speed everything up and move it along. Cheetah are known to be pretty water dependent. So you won't really find them in a lot of places that there isn't at least water somewhere close by, within a few kilometers walk, that they can access. Because they don't eat as much as leopards and lions, they won't need to drink as much, but they do still need to drink. Especially if they've had a big meal, I suppose, to try and get through that digestive process. Now, All of the smells and sounds and sights around them were not enough to keep them up. Tess's Tea Party, that's a really cool name. That's the first time I've heard that one. Wow, very cool. Welcome. Thank you for joining. So the furthest that a cheetah can run during a kill, if you're talking at top speed, is about 100 meters, maintaining that 120 kilometers per hour. If it's not the 120 kilometers per hour, you'd be able to extend the distance, but cheetahs work in short, sharp bursts of speed and running. They can't maintain an endurance like a wild dog or a hyena can. They work in short, sharp bursts. So the idea is get close, run fast, and outrun in a very short space of time and distance. So you won't find cheetahs running for kilometers after something, or even for hundreds of meters after something. They like to work in a short space and as quickly as possible. Not only is it safer for them, in terms of not attracting other predators and not running into something unexpectedly while you're focused on the hunt, but it's better for them in terms of energy as well. They need to be quick about it so that they can eat fast and get out with enough energy consumed and used to make it worth it in case another predator comes in to steal the carcass. Never mind to try and compete with them in a physical sense, actually trying to fight them. Cheetahs very easily back down from a fight. They are not often confrontational, but it does mean they need to be able to get away at speed. So they've still got to conserve enough energy to be able to do that safely, especially if there's sub-adults and cubs around that are a little bit more inexperienced. You probably find it would vary cheetah to cheetah. Maybe if it's a very big, strong cheetah, it might maintain for a bit longer. Lenny, thank you so much for your question. I knew this day was coming. I didn't expect it to come so soon. So the cheetahs are definitely lying under a tree. I can see bark and leaves. And I don't know what it is. It almost looks like it might be a milkwood, but I might be very wrong because I see lichen growing on it as well. Do you know, Morgan? Morgan doesn't know either. I don't feel so bad anymore. So that is one thing about coming to the Eastern Cape. The amount of plants and birds that you find here is way more than you'll find in the entire Sabi Sand area, the entire Lowveld area, in fact. So the whole area of the Greater Kruger National Park. There is more greenery and bird species here, and even mammal diversity than you'll find in that entire Greater Kruger National Park area. So, short answer, I don't know. I'm not 100% sure. To me, my gut is telling me from the shape of the tree it might be a young milkwood, but again, I could be completely wrong. So I'll try and find out for you and let you know. It's a tree, I can tell you that much. And it's got lichen on the bark, those greyish patches that you can see. I can at least see the leaves. Wow. I'm very grateful that there is this unidentified tree here, because there's a little bit of shade for the cheetahs. That'll definitely make it a little bit easier for them. Try and stay cool. I wonder if they'll just follow that all the way around. I don't think they can follow that shade as it moves, because there's quite a big thicket on the other side that looks a bit spiky. That to me almost looks like needle bush behind there. There's at least one needle bush behind there, but I can't fully see what is in the thicket directly behind them. It's quite dense. I mean, either way, I don't think the cheetah really seems to mind, particularly that one that's using the tree as a pillow. I don't know that it minds so much what tree it is. It's just enjoying a bit of a relax. Not as comfortable as the other one that's got its feet up, though. That's at least a soft cushion. They're very pretty though. I like the structure of that tree because it looks quite umbrella-like, very dense foliage. It's as though the stem extends really high and then all of a sudden it's just this umbrella shape all the way around. Multiple branches intertangling. If you have a listen, you can barely even hear any birds. Can you see the heat emanating off of the ridge there, Morgan? Just to the right of the unidentified tree that the cheetahs are under, I can almost see the heat waves coming up. So Morgan. That big green one that's kind of rounded in shape. So to the right of it, I'm kind of looking at the mirage that it's creating. You can see the heat waves coming off the ground now, off the earth. That is how quickly it's heating up. That's the first time we've seen that today. So that kind of shows you how quickly it can change here. Rolf was not joking the other day when he said 4 seasons in one day. I should have expected that coming from the Eastern Cape, but Amakhala kind of hits differently with weather. Don't you think? Even the heat feels different here.
There's no sea breeze.
I suppose the sea breeze really helps being closer to the coast. I don't know, I feel like it builds so quickly here, it surprises you, it sneaks up on you. So those heat waves will be a little bit less intense where the cheetahs are because of that little bit of shade. But as soon as there's a big open area that's got a surface that can kind of hit almost perpendicular to the sun, so it's hitting directly, it's just going to build up those heat waves super fast, and that's what they really want to avoid so they don't overheat. So I can easily picture cheetahs hunting through a heat wave like that. I've seen, I think, quite a few videos of that. Must be a little bit handy, I suppose, if you avoid that heat and then when you want to hunt, you can use those heat waves. It almost morphs the image to your eye. So it would almost help them camouflage in a really open area to use the heat waves to try and hide their movement, I suppose. Since it looks like the earth is moving, because of the heat waves, it would be a bit easier to sneak up on something in an open area. You'd probably find that would be a tactic that they would use in the slightly more open areas, maybe even the more sandy areas. The Kalahari, the deserts, maybe even the big plains in East Africa. Although there they've got a bit of grass at least. But I can easily picture these three using that to their advantage, if they decide to. I wonder if that cheetah's head is going to get stiff from lying on such a hard surface. I'd imagine the grass would make a softer pillow. Pillow. A rest for the head. I think that being said, that I've fallen asleep in some very strange positions, especially out in the bush. Probably sounds a bit odd. I definitely don't do it while I'm on safari, but every now and then it catches up with you if you're on holiday. It's quite a cool way to have a nap. Morgan might be ready for a nap. Wow, they are so beautiful. I can't wait to spend more time with these three and really just get to know them a bit better. I wonder if that cheetah is starting to get uncomfortable now. It's the only one that keeps moving its head. Do you think it's being a lazy sentinel? Looking out? While kind of resting with its head upright. Kind of saves the need to completely lift your head off the ground. I suppose it's a pretty smart way to save energy and be on the lookout while having a nap. Pretty smart idea. I like it. Okay, we're going to stick around for a bit longer and see what they do, but we'll send you over to Alex in Okukuyo.
Thank you, Tess. And yes, back here, keeping an eye on what's going on with the dynamics of this massive flock of Adam storks. Of course, the Egyptian geese family also roaming through. One impala, a couple of springbok, as well as the wildebeest off in the distance. So just a lovely scene. And really something so different. I mean, just to note how many Adam storks are here. They've literally taken over the entire western side of the waterhole. Just quite cool. Of course, something different, something we wouldn't have expected or seen a month or two ago. And the dynamics of waterholes ever changing. But very, very, very cool. So awesome, just to also note, you can just see here on the right hand side, perhaps I'll get a little closer, really the difference in size between springbok and impala. How much bigger that impala really is. Looks like I'm getting a few issues here from controls. I'm going to just refresh them. Then we'll get in and have a look, because there's a number of impala here. A little bachelor herd that has come through to join us. And of course all the different springbok that are here as well. So we'll be able to note the difference in size. Kind of just also check to see if there are any mature rams. Impala rams I am talking about. A number of them in the area that are really impressive. But even those, I mean, we're looking at rams from last year's lambs, as well as probably 2 to 3 year old ram that's in the center right now. So no one ready to just compete right now. Probably 3 to 4 years, even 5 years of age before they really will compete for mating rights. But interesting to note the size difference between impalas and the springback. Of course, feeding throughout. Lots of grass that's popped up. Little devil thorn flowers that are also out. All these yellow flowers. And those white rocks, the calcrete. So the remnants of the ancient lake that was here at Etosha Pan. Ancient inland lake. And these are the saline deposits that are remnants of that. So that calcrete, that obviously very high in calcium, calcrete. And those are what is basically left of that ancient lake that was found here. There's another wildebeest off to the right over there. Lots of bird audio. And a really cool scene that is amongst or in front of us right now. And we haven't heard these for some time. Those are the Namakwa sandgrass. I really haven't heard them for about a month. So nice to hear them again. Lovely to note that they are in the area. Sure by the water. So I'm going to zoom back out. We'll try and see if we can't find them. And one of those more mature rams is actually that one that is approaching us in the distance there. Just note those horns and that horn structure on it. I'm not sure if we'll be able to pick up those Namakwa sandgrass, but great to just pick up that audio. As I said, it's been some time. Wildebeest getting closer, just standing behind the Adam storks. And as I said earlier, Adam storks taking over that entire western side of the waterhole for the moment. So rather special. And it doesn't look like we'll get any visual of the Namakwa sandgrass. However, let's get a closer look of the Adam storks and the wildebeest. And what we will do is just sit here for a moment and just enjoy all the activity and life that is among and around Okakuya Waterhole at the moment. I did just touch on the fact that this is Calcrete, that white stone that is here, an old deposit of the ancient lake that was here in Etosha. Etosha Pan can be seen from space. It is rather large. Etosha Game Reserve itself is larger than, or greater than the Kruger Park itself. That would be bigger than Israel, Switzerland, and even Great Britain. A vast expanse of wilderness that is here. Of course, that pan does kind of pick up, and it is saline, and there are large numbers or flocks of flamingos that do come through as well, both lesser and greater. And lovely to have these black-faced impala, more arid adapted of the two subspecies, and endemic to this area. Lovely horn structures on the one there on the far right, even this one that is center of us right now. So still waiting to see some of the lambs come through. Would have just been lambing season here for these black-faced impala. The rainy season only kicking off around a month ago anyway. And we've got 2 months left of the rainy season really, before it does start to dry up. So we're in the peak, really, or getting towards the peak of that. And lots of vegetation and nourishment around, and does mean dispersion. So it's fantastic that we have such a busy day right now. Of course, different characters and different themes really throughout the year. So nice to take it all in. Just enjoy the abundance. Hi Hatsi, thanks very much for your question. This was, as what I was saying earlier, is that these are Calcrete stones, and they are the remnants of the ancient lake that was here in Etosha. Etosha Pan can be seen from space. It's a wide and open expanse, and of course there are saline deposits, so large numbers of flamingos that do come through at this time of the year. There's seasonal migrations that do occur as well, so the zebra migrate from here, the western part of Etosha, cross through to the east. The rain kind of goes in a score line fashion from the western side through to the east, much like most of southern Africa itself. That score line that does go through, and the thunderstorms then kind of track across that. So that green flash, or this green flash that we're watching now, kind of starts off in the west and then heads eastwards. So they kind of track the rain across, and of course that vegetation that then starts to come out there. Of course, the access to the seasonal pans, and that meaning that they also have access to water. But this calcrete, so old saline and obviously calcium deposits on that are left over and remnants of the old ancient lake that was found here in Etosha. The wildebeest bull has made it through, kind of cut his way through the Adam stalks there. Lovely to see. And nice to have all these impala around as well. Really cool. Nice scene. The wildebeest won't drink for too long. Going to head off now, but we've got a lovely scene that's just unfolding at the moment. It's nice just to sit back and relax and enjoy abundance that is around us right now. Hi Luiso, thank you very much for your question, and an interesting one at that. Do impala and springbok have similar traits? Both of them are mixed feeders, so they both graze and browse. The springbok being more arid adapted, they are smaller and they are separate species. Impala being their own standalone species, and in fact, impala's closest relative is what is standing here as well, and I'll come over across. Actually, the wildebeest, and impala is a very old antelope species, roughly 7.5 million years of age since it diverged or got to this as well. So, pretty interesting in terms of that. They are also the only antelope in the world that have these metatarsal glands on the back of their feet. You won't notice that on any other antelope either. So that little black mark that's there on the back legs, that's a metatarsal gland that is on there. They also have specially adapted teeth that kind of comb through those coats, and they always look like they're in very good condition, being allowed to do that. They obviously both are ruminants, and interesting enough, with the springbok at least, you'll notice that kind of white line that's there, and the scientific name of springbok is Antidorcus marsupialis. Marsupialis being marsupial, obviously, it links to that Latin. And it's because of this back ridge that is here. It's kind of that kind of ridge back, but it's differently set. And when they do stot and prunk, which is a thing that they do, you'll notice a very white crest that comes out, long hair that puffs out. It's a kind of pouch that they do have because of that. But way more arid adapted. Very fast antelope as well, the third fastest animal in the world. The springbok. Impala also very fast. Impala also the most successful antelope in Africa. But we are looking at the second subspecies, the more arid adapted, and hopefully we can actually get a good look at their face right now. This one's at least, you'll notice that black face there. So these are the black-faced impala, not the common impala that we get in South Africa and up the eastern coast, but also the East African impala, or those that are found in kind of the Rift Valley areas, so Tanzania and Kenya, noted to have very big horns as well. This one also, excessive big horns at the moment, rather impressive. Not the most impressive that we're seeing right now, but a very good structure and base that it does have. So just interesting to note those things. Of course, bigger than the springbok as well. Both able to jump around 3 meters though in height. And impala have a set breeding season. So they'll have their rut, and it might change as well. So here with the rains starting later, that rut will then probably start towards June, July. Across in Juma, for example, that rut will start in May, because they do drop their lambs earlier. And around December or so, or actually maybe midway through November is probably best to call it like that. But anywhere from midway through November to December. So 2 different things. Of course, springbok don't have a set breeding season. They breed throughout the year.
Here at Wild Earth, we take great pride in curating our best animal content for you. Would you like our very best animal stories, highlights, questions, and the inside scoop on all things Wild Earth before anyone else? Find it all, as well as info on our exciting plans going forward first, in the newsletter handmade just for you. Available to all Wild Earth explorers.
Just enjoying his time with our impala at the moment. Of course, those Adam's stalks really just extending closer to us. And if they do get closer, we'll obviously get a nice look of them again. But just having a little gander as to what is going on. Otherwise, just sit back and enjoy the action. Really cool. So from some very peaceful scenes, we're off to another, and we're off to join Tess in Amakhala.
What a beautiful day it is here. Just as the sun was starting to peek out and making us really hot, we are now coming over with cloud cover again, and the breeze has picked up. So this weather is keeping us on our toes. But it's actually not a bad thing, because it means that we might get a bit more activity even if the cheetahs are sleepy. And it also means that neither us nor the cheetahs are actually getting too hot. So that is absolutely fantastic. And Tess's tea party, I have managed to confirm that this is a white milkwood. So I'm glad I went with my gut. It's a young one, so it's not very big, but it looks like it is a white milkwood tree, which is a Sideroxylon inerme. So there's quite a lot of them around Amakhala, but on the other side, on the southern side of the reserve, they're quite a bit bigger. So this is the only kind of umbrella-y shaped one that I can actually see in this area around us. The rest of them are the traditional rounded shape. And I suppose quite a cool tree for the cheetahs to be lying underneath. Now, a few of the white milkwood trees across South Africa have actually been declared national monuments. I don't know if you knew that. It's a really, really random fact in history, but white milkwood trees have had quite an important role across history, being donated to each other in kind of treaties or being declared monuments. They're actually quite important. But out here, that's probably less important to the cheetahs and all the other animals. They're much more important to birds in particular. So a lot of birds will try and eat the fruits, and that will actually help the tree survive because it disperses the seeds. So these are really good trees to bring birds in. It's not going to be a lot of different bird species, although I suppose in this area you would find more bird species eating these fruits than in any other area. But it'll be things like bulbuls or mouse birds, any form of oriole, green bulls, things like that. Anything that likes seeds. But I quite like them. They look so rounded. They look like a little bit of a misshapen umbrella, as though it ballooned over the top. So it's not that classic, what we used to call acacia umbrella, so an umbrella thorn. It's no longer acacia. But that's much more kind of thin over the top, so it looks like a traditional umbrella. This looks like a ballooned umbrella. And they do provide incredible shade out here because of that dense network of branches and all of that thick foliage. It gives a lot of great shade. I think the cheetah are enjoying it. So there's definitely a lot more milkwoods on the other side. So where the three cheetah brothers have ended up, not these three, they've now ended up in the main section of the reserve, which is the southern section, and they will have a great time with all the different patches of shade there. I'd love to see them in the kind of dune forest on that side. On this side, I don't think it's actually possible. It's not possible for these cheetahs to move across. So they are much more into this kind of scrubland, open grassland with very few trees like this one. Lily?
Lenny.
Oh, Lenny. Hey, we've got a spider at the house called Lenny. We found him, 2 days ago? And he's been trying to creep up on us ever since, which has been quite interesting. Lenny, anywhere from about 2 years old, you'll find that the cheetahs will start separating to prevent inbreeding. But of course, it's not just inbreeding that they're trying to prevent. This is definitely one of the main natural things that animals have the instinct to do so that they are not inbred. But with cheetahs, it's almost impossible not to inbreed because they share so much of the same DNA thanks to the huge bottleneck many years ago, about 100 years ago, that majority of their DNA is exactly the same. There's a very small percentage that's actually variable between them. And I think it's all the common DNA, if I'm not mistaken, of 6 or 7 cheetahs from 100 years ago that ended up repopulating the area. So a very small percentage, less than 10%, is different between them, where at least in humans we have about 20% variation between our DNA, human to human. For cheetahs it's much less than 10%. Realistically they think it's 1 or 2% DNA that's different. So they are always going to inbreed, but we do obviously want to avoid brother and sister mating or son and mother, anything like that. But it's also to try and prevent things like attracting predators unnecessarily and competition over food. So mom is going to want to have some new cubs, the young female is going to want to have some new cubs as well of her own. And so to prevent any excessive competition, what they will do is they'll split up, so they're each responsible for getting their own food, and they don't have to compete with each other over that food. So yes, breeding is definitely one of them, and inbreeding, but also just competition. There aren't any other male cheetahs in this particular area anymore, if I'm not mistaken, hey Morgan? Their father died.
Yeah, about 3 days, a week before I got here the first time.
Okay, so about more than 6 months ago. Yes, about 6 months ago, their father died. So there actually isn't another male competitor in this area. So the young male is actually going to be the dominant male. He already is, and he doesn't even know it. But I don't actually know what they'll do about that, if they will do anything about that. Because then he only has his mom and his sister to mate with in this area. So the really cool thing about conservation projects like this is that it also contributes towards things like genetic diversity. So you might find there'll be some cheetah movements, and that'll help expand the total range of the cheetahs. It'll help expand the genetic range as well. And they might actually move them around a bit. But anywhere from, well actually, if they're about 17 to 18 months old now, anywhere from 2 to 3 months from now, they'll start becoming more independent. But by the time 2 years comes around, they're going to be rolling out on their own for sure. But they are considered independent anywhere from about 20 months old. So closer to the age of the 3 cheetah boys on the other side. Eric, I don't think they've had a feast recently. They do look really nice and relaxed, but that is the usual cat pose that we're used to across the board, whether it's leopards, lions, cheetahs. They all tend to be very relaxed at certain parts of the day. From what we can see, they don't have very big bellies. And so I don't think they've eaten yesterday or the day before, but maybe they caught something small and it was just enough to keep them going. If they had eaten in the last 2 or 3 days, you'd probably find they'd have pretty big bellies. So I would guess they probably had a meal maybe 4 days ago, maybe even more than that, and they should be looking for more. They don't look as thin as the brothers do, or the boys, so they definitely need a meal on that side, but I don't actually know. Morgan hasn't seen these ones yet this cycle. This is his first time seeing them since he's been back at Amakala. It's my first time seeing them in general, and we haven't heard of any kills that they've made recently from the guides. So they might have eaten something that nobody saw. Maybe it was something small. But either way, I think that one with its head against the tree is my favorite. It's found the perfect balance between relaxing and working, if it's the sentinel. Sleep with your head up, so it's less effort to pick it up and look around in case something's coming. They're not even having to look for shade. What a bonus. I think they're using the tree more as a bit of cover, not even from the wind, because the wind is blowing straight at them from where we are. So it's not sheltering them at all, but it will be blocking them from the view of other animals, and that's quite important. A bit of cover is always good to keep yourself hidden. I wonder if these cheetahs will ever have a chance to interact with the 3 males. Because that would be a good swap of diversity, just kind of spitballing a bit here. That would be a great swap of diversity. If the males are from Limpopo, then that would be a great, great, great addition. This mum and this daughter to interact with those males would be good. The male would probably try and stay separate, though, from the other 3. But this is a good territory for him to conquer as well. So I wonder how long these cheetahs, being the only cheetahs in this northern section, I wonder how long they would stay in a particular small area of this territory before they move to the next one. I would think this is the smartest place for them to be, but I haven't actually seen the rest of the northern section. It's very big. So I would imagine this is just a good spot because there's water and food.
Last week they killed a young eland up top of the hill.
That's very cool. Okay, so last week Morgan heard from the guides that last week they killed a baby eland or eland up on the top of one of the hills here.
Yeah, we saw the carcass, just not the cheetah.
Okay, so you did manage to see the carcass. So they had a pretty decent meal, but last week is already quite a while ago, since it's already Friday of this week. So a good week ago they had a decent meal. It's not an extended period of time for a cheetah. They probably do need some food, but it's not like they're struggling at the moment. An eland is a lot of food to eat, even for 3 mouths, a young eland. So I'm glad they've had something. Like I said, they don't look nearly as skinny as the 3 males do on the southern side, on the main part. If I'm not mistaken, wasn't their father from Pinda? I think he might have been. So I did my training at Pinda, so that's a really nice little full circle loop. I'm seeing some Pinda genes here potentially. I actually might be wrong about that. There was a cheetah that was from Pinda, but I don't know if it's the same one. So trying to look at kind of genetic diversity again, looking at these three beautiful cheetahs. I mean, obviously, even with leopards and lions, we know it's almost impossible sometimes to tell the difference between specific individuals. So externally, they almost always look very, very much identical. There'll be small differences in spot patterns and potentially size and things like that. It's not often you find a cheetah that's got a completely different shape. You do find that in lions and leopards. They'll have a completely differently shaped face and head. Cheetahs, a bit less variation there. Could it be because they are so uniquely skilled with hunting? Or could it be that very limited genetic variation? I think it could be a combination of both. But I suppose it would make sense if they're sharing so much of the same common DNA. It would kind of make sense that maybe it is a combination. I'm trying to think though, if I'm not mistaken, their father only arrived in this area in 2020. He was born in 2014 but only arrived here in 2020, so I'm wondering which cheetah it was that was from Phinda that was in 2013. So maybe it was one of the original cheetahs that arrived here. That was from Phinda, that was actually a Namibian cheetah. Interesting. I wonder if their father was any relation to that Phinda cheetah. Probably not, considering that he was only here from 2020. Sad that I didn't get to meet him. Neither did you. But he must have been beautiful. His offspring are stunning. So our sentinel is definitely waking up a bit there. Have a look how it's moving its head. I still don't know if that's mom or sub-adult. I think it's mom, based on the size, but with them lying down it's very tough to tell, and I don't know them at all, so I can't even look at a spot pattern and tell you. I think that's mom that's up and looking around against the tree. Oh, mom has a collar. Can you see a collar on any of them? That's very helpful. Oh, Victoria, that's a very interesting one. So I don't think it's a case of having to control the population of cheetahs, simply because they are so endangered and they are so few. There are only 6, the 3 males and these 3, the mom with 2 sub-adults, and they're in different areas of the reserve. So it's not as though they're even close to overpopulating the area with cheetahs. But I suppose if they were to have to control the population, which is not likely to happen any time in the future, I would think, because there are so few cheetahs in general in the world, in the wild, they would probably just move them to a different reserve. So being part of the bigger kind of genetic diversity program, I say that in inverted commas, what it is there's a lot of different reserves, particularly private reserves, that are involved in cheetah conservation. And the way that it works is they swap cheetahs across properties to both maintain their population but also to increase the genetic diversity. So for example, these 2 cubs, it wouldn't make sense to send them to the same property if they were going to send them anyway. I'm not saying they are, this is a hypothetical situation. If they were to move cheetahs, it wouldn't make sense to put these 2 cubs in the same property, because then you're taking the same genes onto that property. What you would want to do is ideally move them somewhere far and in different directions or different places, so that the diversity is being brought to 2 locations instead of 2 sets of diversity or 2 sets of genes being brought to 1 location. So you got to try and think of it as you don't want too much of one thing in one area. So splitting that up and swapping, what often happens is cheetahs are swapped. So when the diversity starts to become a little bit low in the genes, they'll take cheetahs from here, put them somewhere else, take the cheetahs from there and put them here. And so what will happen is, if mom stays here or the cubs stay here, one or the other parties will be moved, and so the genetics will be swapped with another set of cheetahs that will come in and then diversify with these ones by having a new generation that's a mix of the two different sets of genes from the two different properties. So this actually operates globally. It's not even just in Africa, but of course the wild population is in Africa. So there's wild cheetah programs, and then there's kind of the global cheetah programs, which can interchange between things like zoos even and protected areas like that. So that's more likely going to happen, is that there's going to be a swap at some point where they decide they need to bring in new blood and they'll move these somewhere else. Potentially it could be these, could be the males, who knows. It's again hypothetical, completely hypothetical, but that ideally would be in my head what happens, having studied conservation and worked in a cheetah program to diversify cheetah genes. That would be more likely to happen. They would swap them. I know in places like the Mountain Zebra National Park, they do have an overpopulation of cheetahs. And what happens there is there are lions. So the lions do kind of keep that in check a bit. So interspecies competition is really going to be what controls everything. And in some places, to protect the cheetah population, they actually manage the other predator populations. So where there are lions and cheetahs, if they need the cheetah population to increase to try and save the species, get a few of those numbers up, they might actually remove some of the other predators and move them somewhere else. So move lions or move spotted hyenas to kind of lower their population to allow the cheetahs to have a bit of a boost before they get reintroduced back again to the same area to kind of keep the population in check. But for the most part, if humans didn't really interfere, the animals would kind of sort themselves out. The problem for cheetahs is that if there is an overpopulation in a fenced area, they've got nowhere to go. If there are lions and leopards and hyenas around and it's a fenced area, then we might have a problem. But in a natural wild environment where it's open and free, you go to East Africa, they don't have to do anything there to control cheetah populations because the space is big enough that they can simply avoid the lions and hyenas. So it would be an interesting conversation to have depending on where you are and which populations you're looking at. But with there being only 6 cheetahs in the entire 8,605 hectares that is Amakhala, it's not a problem at this point. But what they might do at some point is bring in some new blood just to diversify the gene pool a bit. You don't really want to concentrate it further and take out any diversity that there is or any differences that there are. You want to make as sure as possible that you bring more differences in to allow better survival of the species overall. I don't know if you're familiar with how that works, but basically the idea is if you're concentrating one set of genes, chances are those genes are going to get really weak because they're going to in essence amplify any imperfections, anything that is not beneficial. But if you bring in different genes, you're going to be able to diversify their adaptability. So they're going to be able to adapt to more and potentially survive more, and then the species survives. If you're just concentrating the problem areas, then you're gonna concentrate the possibility that they would not survive very well. So basically, don't build up too much of a bad thing. Try and keep it as general as possible to allow as much adaptability as possible to anything that's thrown at them. Now, it was actually while I was working at that, working with that Cheetah Foundation, that I learned that they estimate that every cheetah left in the area in South Africa, and actually they extended as far as saying every cheetah left in Africa in the wild, share the same common genes from 7 common ancestors. 7 cheetahs from 100 years ago. So they were definitely keeping it very close there. They estimate that those were the 7 that were left that somehow repopulated Africa. Now I know that seems really far-fetched, and I don't know whether it's true. I do know that most of them share the same common DNA, and that can be traced to at least 7 individuals. Whether it is actually 7 or whether it's a bit more than that, but those 7 have stronger genes or more genes present, that would make sense. It does make sense that there was a massive bottleneck in the population, so a lot of cheetahs, vast majority, died out, and they were somehow repopulated from very few individuals. So you can imagine that's why cheetahs can't be genetically as strong as things like leopards, which is considered the most successful cat in the world in terms of distribution and genetic diversity. I don't think they like my conversation, Morgan. They're very sleepy. Very, very sleepy cats. Maybe they've heard this conversation before. Probably. It is absolutely vital that we do talk about it, though, because with fewer than probably 7,000 individuals left in the wild in the world, it's rather important that we try and save them. And there's very few in South Africa, just over 1,000 individuals in the wild in the world, apparently. But that is a count from 2020, so between then and now things may have changed. I'm hoping they have increased in numbers. I'm hearing crows in the distance. Don't know if you can hear them.
Always around, yeah.
Always, always. I can imagine in this big open plain, if you're following cheetahs around especially, there's always going to be scraps at a carcass. There are still crows that come down to that kudu carcass outside of where Morgan and myself stay, or Morgan and I. It's interesting that the cheetahs don't react. I suppose they're so used to them. But I do suspect if the crows were to come down and land, they look like pied crows. If they were to come down and land, it might be a different story. Cheetahs are generally quite nervous of large birds because they can pose a threat. Imagine a flock of crows coming in to chase the cheetahs off. It is 100% possible. I've seen it many times with vultures. Granted, they're a lot bigger than crows, but many times I've seen a cheetah chased off a carcass by a few vultures. Just a handful is enough. So as much as we are trying here, even though the female has a collar, the way that they are lying is proving almost impossible for us to see a collar on any one of the three. I definitely don't see a collar on the one on the right, Morgan, that's facing away from us. I feel like the way it's lying, I can see its neck. Oh, do you know what? Just behind the ear of the one on the left, it looks like there might be a ridge there. Maybe that's the collar. Maybe that's Mom then. The one on the left, not the one that's acting sentinel. Maybe the one acting sentinel. Oh, can you see it from up there? Okay, you're a bit higher than me. Perfect. Okay, so we finally know I was wrong the whole time. Not the first time that's happened. The one on the left is Mom. So then maybe the one sitting up. I mean, they're both so big, but potentially the one sitting up might be the male then. Looks a little bit bigger. But again, I might be wrong. It's my first day meeting them. Who knows? Oh, movement. Lifting of heads. Definitely hearing things. I feel like if I saw them all standing up together, it would all make so much more sense to me. Well, I suppose this is what the patience game is all about. Waiting patiently and hoping it's going to pay off. It usually does out in the bush. I feel like it's so quiet when those gushes of wind kind of die down a bit. Those gusts, not gushes. Wow, that's water. different element completely. But when those gusts kind of die down, it's like everything goes completely silent. Listen. The odd bird. I'd love to know what those springbuck and blesbuck and hartebeest are doing. Maybe they're doing exactly the same thing as the cheetahs. Maybe they're starting to settle down for the day. We're almost getting to the middle of the day now, so this is the time when wildlife goes into a lull. And it's a natural lull that's designed to keep them safe. It reduces that heat buildup in the body. It kind of forces them to calm down a bit and just chew the cud for a lot of the antelopes. But also just to sit still for a bit. They're not using energy, they're not creating heat in the body. They're staying safe in an open area, and they can just kind of build up some new energy stock for the rest of the day. But maybe when we leave to kind of go down the ridge, we'll spot a few of them. It's amazing. It's so open, and yet where we are, just because of the angle of this tiny little ridge that we're on, we can't see down into the open plains. It's an optical illusion. Everything is just between the valley, or in the valley between us and the next little crest. And they're small crests. These are not big crests where we are. But it's enough of an angle that we can't see. Listen to that wind picking up. That must be making the antelopes at least a bit on edge. Blowing the smell of the cheetahs straight down into the plains below this crest. I wonder. Maybe all of the antelopes here are moving off, trying to get away from the smell of the cheetahs, but also trying to get out of the wind. But speaking of antelopes, it sounds like there is a variety of different antelopes that is waiting for you in Kariega with Nick.
Alrighty, welcome back to Kariega. And we've still got a nice little mix match of species going on here. So I've remained close to Scotia Dam. We're just on the clearing surrounding the actual waterhole itself. So we do have a bit of a breeze, nothing too drastic at the moment, but you can see how most of the animals are facing to the right hand side. So obviously they've got their bums towards the wind. Definitely helps to kind of shelter the ears a little bit, and they can definitely hear a lot easier. And you can see a lot of bonding going on. We can see the two zebras on the right hand side, side by side. Nice little bonding posture there. And the mother zebra with her youngster. Very close together. It's like a little bit of a midday lull with the animals here. Remember, we did see a few of them coming down to the waterhole to drink this morning. And there has been a African fish eagle calling closer to the Kariga River. I've been scanning around, having a look to see if I could find it. I was really hoping I might locate him. Hopefully he could sit on a branch and we could get a view, but he's playing hard to get for the moment. Remember, when those fish eagles do call, they throw back their head and give off that very characteristic call of theirs. And you can see, having a look at these blesbok and zebra, how we've got really partly cloudy conditions. The sun kind of comes and goes. Temperature's definitely increased from sort of 9 o'clock, 9:30 this morning. Humidity's getting up there. But it's been a lovely day here at Kariga so far. I mean, we got lucky with that grey heron catching that frog earlier. I'm not too sure if you're getting that audio of the African fish eagle right in the distance somewhere. It's quite far off, so I don't think you are, but it's still calling incessantly. And there's been a warthog that's been trotting around the area. It's a mother who's got 2 little piglets, and that warthog has gone off now. But there's something wrong with the nasal cavity of this warthog that's been moving around. You know, like when you're trying to breathe and you've got a blocked nose, you just sound very stuffy. This warthog, if that's the right way to describe it, this warthog sounds like it's got a stuffy blocked nose. And from sort of 50 meters away, you can hear it really struggling to, almost wheezing. I don't think it struggles to breathe, it's just very noisy. So I'm not too sure if one of the nasal openings is a little bit blocked. There was a leopard when I was a lodge-based guide. There was a leopard that tried to take down a warthog, a male leopard. He was renowned. That's what he was known for taking down warthogs. And he figured out that there was this warthog inside a burrow by a termite mound, and he waited it out for hours on end. And eventually this warthog came out, and this male leopard grabbed the warthog. But in the process of him grabbing it, it didn't go all according to plan. And the warthog put up a little bit of a fight. And the tusk of this warthog actually went up the nose of this leopard and gouged or damaged the nasal cavity inside. So after this happened, obviously the leopard, it managed to bounce back from that incident. And you could hear this very strange type of breathing. It was because obviously it had a hole in its nasal cavity, and you could hear it from often before you even found the leopard. You'd hear this very strange type of breathing. It made me think of when I saw that warthog earlier. It made me think of that leopard. And that leopard lived to the ripe old age of around 14 years or so. So for a male leopard, it did really well. It kept going with that wound for many years. But you can see how everybody's clumping together here. This is our concept of safety in numbers.
Would you like a stay in the African bush? Open to all explorers. Sign up and stand a chance to win a 3-night stay for 2 at the fantastic Mashatu Lodge in Botswana. This bucket list prize includes daily safari drives, traditional African cuisine, spacious luxury suites, and a promise of sheer relaxation. Sign up now and stand a chance to win.
So looking at the position of these zebras kind of back to front like this. So remember, in terms of the optics and the development of the eye of a lion, there is a theory that lions can only see in black and white. So obviously that makes it a bit tougher. So one of the sort of the defense strategies of the zebra, they call it disruptive coloration. So you can imagine if 8 zebras or 10 zebras, the whole group is very tightly bunched together, kind of like these two are here, and you can only see in black and white. It's definitely harder to see where one zebra starts and another one ends. You know, obviously it's a whole lot easier when they're standing still like this, but you can imagine if the whole group is together and they're galloping along, it can be a little bit tricky. You know, conversely, you look at animals that can see in color. You look at something like a chacma baboon, which we often hear calling in the area here. They will be able to have vivid color vision. Picasso, no, they don't have a tendency to get sprained legs. There's obviously the possibility of those legs and ankles and things being sprained, but they're very hardy. Most of these antelopes out here, they're very resilient. You know, you'll see sometimes even a cat standing on a thorn, and it'll pull that thorn out of its paw, walk gingerly for 5 or 10 steps, and then get on with life as if nothing happened. You know, think about how often we come live to you with different individual animals, and how few times you see an animal limping. You know, and even if I feel like if someone does sprain their ankle or something like that, the strong survive out here in the wild. You know, the weak get picked off. That's how the best genetics remain. The weaker individuals get picked off. And if you have just managed to join us, I'm so happy that you could be here. You've joined myself at Kariga. I'm Nick. And we've had a beautiful morning so far of doing a bit of birding down at Scotia Dam. We had a grey heron catch a frog. And we've got a nice assortment of species here. We've got zebra, we've got blesbok, ostrich far in the distance. So it's been a lovely, peaceful morning here. We've been lucky enough to see some cheetah at Amakhala, and we've been doing a little bit of birding at Okukuyo. And remember, this is a live and interactive safari, so if you do have questions, any thoughts, send them through. We'd be more than happy to answer them. So I can feel the wind is definitely starting to blow a little bit harder now in the last sort of 10 minutes or so. And I know at Amakhala it is blowing relatively hard, so I do expect the wind to kind of increase in strength as the afternoon progresses, which is quite normal as well. Remember, wind being generated just from differences between a high and a low pressure system. Just trying to have a look down here. See? Just looking in the middle of this game trail that we can see coming down, that black thing there, it looks like possibly a feather that's fluttering around in the wind there. So you can see this prominent trail that's moving its way, all the way snaking its way along the center of the frame. So remember, around waterholes like Scotia Dam, you'll have like a spider network of these game trails, all heading down to one central point, which is the waterhole itself. And your animals will move up and down using this as like a little highway. And often along there you'll find little insects and little ticks and things on some of the grasses. So maybe some of our birds have been doing a little bit of poking around there. It's really hard to see what type of feather it is. I can just see it's really dark, so potentially a Hodidar ibis or something like that. But a little bit difficult to tell without getting up close and personal there. Nice little nursery group of the youngsters here, Blesbok youngsters. You can see a massive colour difference between them and the adults that have got that much darker sort of chestnut type of colour. So I always think that Blesbok calves look quite similar in terms of design and build to a wildebeest. You know, your wildebeest are definitely going to be a lot darker, a lot more sort of rufous in colour. These Blesbok are definitely a lot lighter. I feel like they do look quite similar in terms of physical traits. Yeah, so a little bit earlier we were starting to talk about animals seeing in black and white and others seeing in colour. You know, you look at your baboons being able to see in colour and having incredible eyesight. Remember, they'll sit on top of a lot of these ridge lines, and often when they are alarm calling, they've seen something that's far off. So when the female Chacma baboon comes into estrus when she's looking to mate, she develops like a type of very pinkish growth on her bum that looks like it's a growth almost. And that's a physical indicator to the males that she is in season and that she is ready to mate. So remember, because they can see in colour, it'll really stick out from the surrounding area being so bright like that. Similarly, you look at your vervet monkeys. When the males are ready to mate, when they, fully mature as well, they develop those characteristic, very bright blue testicles. So colour is definitely very important. It has its role. Even at insects, you look at insects that are brightly coloured, that's often showing everybody else that they've got toxins, don't eat them, they're poisonous. Look at birds, there's a lot of birds that are so brightly coloured. Think of your lilac-breasted roller, your purple roller, some of your bee-eaters. Think of carmine bee-eaters, little bee-eaters.
Unfortunately, we lost Nick there, and we will be back with him momentarily. However, still here with the Adam storks. As I said, kind of an anomaly we are witnessing here today. Lovely to see all these numbers. The wildebeest still off in the background. Springbok still grazing. Let me just come out a little bit. We'll have one or two looks up north, then across again down south. But rather overcast. So the cloud cover is building. Perhaps some rain later on throughout the afternoon or even into the evening. Some heavy cloud cover starting to build as well down to the south. So as I did say, it is the rainy season here in Okukuyo, Natasha. And actually rather fascinating being able to watch the other side of that waterhole and note all the Adam stalks that have come through for us. Really, really cool. And having had a look, we're going to zoom back in. One or two of them do move here and there. They do kind of seem quite stone-like, even gargoyle. So kind of the Tosha gargoyles really at the moment. Not doing too much. Of course, we have seen them scatter and fly about. There's one or two of them grazing at the moment. That springbok, we'll try and make sure we get that water, or the wildebeest as well. A little bit of water perhaps too would also be quite cool. And set ourselves up for a nice little view. One or two springbok that are also resting there. You would have seen them now. I think this is probably the best view that we do have. So really rather cool. So as I said, just sitting here enjoying a lovely scene. Awesome to have all those Adam stalks. We've got a few springbok that are grazing, one or two sleeping, and the wildebeest that is also kind of ruminating and in between grazing and resting really. So a very cool and awesome scene here. But another awesome scene is across in Djuma. And it's time for us to head across there. So as I said, we have headed across to Djuma, and you're with myself, Alex, here at Gowrie Dam. And what we do have in frame right now, though its face has just turned around, is a juvenile martial eagle. Probably the largest eagle, no, not the heaviest eagle in Africa. The heaviest eagle is actually the crowned eagle, and that's in sub-Saharan Africa. They do get the golden eagle, and that is also rather large. That is found north of the equator, really. But of the three biggest that we do get in southern Africa, at least, the Marshall, the Crowned, and the Veru eagle, the old black eagle. Those are the three biggest eagles that we do find here in southern Africa. Of course, this being the largest, the other two, the Crowned being the heaviest. It's got a shorter wingspan and obviously more suited to that kind of jungle and forest environment that it does frequent. They are very special. My favorite eagle is, in fact, the Crowned eagle, but I do love Marshalls as well. And they really do have a large kind of home range as well, up to about 150 kilometers that a pair would then call a territory. And they have an average life expectancy of around 15 years of age. So if you consider that they only reach maturity at around 7, it's not too long that they do then have in terms of, I suppose, optimal breeding existence, if you want to call it that. And, with that really long stint to maturity, it does obviously impact on the numbers. Obviously, that large home range that they do occupy of 150 kilometers at least squared, that also means that they need a vast area to be able to call home, hunt within, and, be able to further their race. So they really are impacted by a number of factors. They are obviously endangered, and it is crucial, obviously, that we do keep their numbers up. And, of course, other projects and means that we can do this, obviously, always help in these endeavors. So, just a number of factors. But they really are cool. And, you can actually see how big those talons are. And if a Marshall eagle is actually to land on your arm, you have the ability to break it, because those talons are so strong. So really quite cool. Lovely to see a couple of feathers coming off. So, with 7 years to get to maturity, that means around 7 years of molting. I would think that this one's around 4 odd or so years. Hi Tina, yes, thanks for tuning in. It really is awesome. Lovely to see a Marshall eagle, and in fact a juvenile Marshall eagle. They really are quite cool. What will happen when it does mature, it'll get a brown head. It does kind of still have that little crest. You'll note that crest over there. The wings staying the same, that brown color. And if it does turn around, it's got a white chest, kind of with brown speckles as well. But its head and the crown will go brown as well as it reaches full maturity. A really special eagle. Incredibly strong, also incredibly fast as well. So they swoop down on their prey. It does generate a lot of speed. So one of the faster eagles in terms of when they hunt. Very, very cool. Of course, in the world, the largest eagle is the harpy eagle, found in South America. It's one of the largest eagles in the world. It's roughly around the fifth largest eagle in the world. Shucks, and this Marshall eagle has now decided to fly off, but fantastic that we did get a sighting. And we did have a viewer wanting to know how big a Marshall eagle does get. And you're looking around 4 kgs in terms of weight and around 80 odd centimeters in height. So of course the juvenile probably not that size. Possibly around 70 odd centimeters at the moment. Still a rather large eagle. So has gone away. Do excuse me there. A little fast on the controls. Slowed it down. Let's have a look to see. Of course the Egyptian geese alarming at that eagle that was there. It seems like that farm is calm now. There's an emerald spotted wood dove. Also, there we go. Eagle calling. And I also did just hear black-crowned chagra as well. So I'm just having a little zoom around to see. Perhaps a herbivore also around. An Inyala, Impala, one of those that are generally about. But it doesn't look like that is the case right now. Rather quiet. So the Egyptian geese are there, and if there's nothing else about, we'll zoom in on them. Just check that the two goslings are still present. They should almost be ready to fledge and move off. But it looks like that Martial Eagle has left us a fantastic sighting of that juvenile. I'm sure we will have a few more fantastic sightings across the Madikwe, and it's time for us to check in with Ben and Eagle, who are that side.
Hello everybody, welcome to what has been a fairly tumultuous day here at Madikwe, but we are up and running. Thanks to a lot of terrible weather conditions this morning. We've had pretty torrential rain over the last couple of days, but we finally have a bit of a gap in the clouds, and we, as you can see, have a crocodile hanging out at one of the dams. But my name is Ben, and on camera we have Igor with me this afternoon. I think we're afternoon now. But yeah, it's been a lovely day here at Madikwe, despite the weather. We have been camped out at the waterhole in front of Jackie's Lodge, where we are staying. And whilst we haven't seen a great deal of mammalian activity, because it's very, very wet and there's puddles everywhere, we've had some fantastic local bird life. And as you can see, we have a crocodile, one of very few crocodiles here, because the northwest, which is where we are in South Africa, is quite a dry area of crocodiles. But there you can see a nice example, probably around about 2 meters in length, just enjoying a little bit of the warmth after what has been a relatively cool start to the day, certainly. So my comms broke up a little bit there, but I believe we are going to link you back across to somebody. I'm afraid I didn't... to Alex, apparently. So we're going to send you back to Alex.
Thanks, Ben. And again, a lot of activity here in Okakuyo today. So ever grateful for that, because the rain has meant that we haven't seen as many animals as we normally do. However, we've got impala, springbok, and that massive flock of stork that is here. Of course, in the foreground and towards the tree line is the springbok as well. So lots of them too. And what we're going to do is literally just sit and enjoy a lovely sighting of everything here. That red-billed spurfowl also calling. What I'm going to do is just zoom out. Nice to watch our wildebeest. Too much wind as well. So lovely silhouettes of the surface of the waterhole too. Our wildebeest is slowly moving off, it seems, kind of back towards that little grazing pasture of it. Hi Victoria, thanks very much for your question. And it really depends on the area. But one of my favorites here is a mourning dove. That little brrrr that it does give off. That's a very cool sound. I enjoy European bee eaters. But as I said, it's really area dependent as to which birds I really enjoy. Purple crested lure is also a firm favorite, or Turacos, just because I grew up with a number of them around and something that is quite nostalgic. But I'd say lots of birds are thoroughly enjoyed by myself. I always have my ears open. But it does depend on the area. Different birds obviously found in different areas.
When was the last time you caught your breath? When were you last truly amazed? When last did you marvel at the wonder of nature? Wild Earth Epic Animal Encounters. Only available on the Wild Earth app.
Already just enjoying quiet moments here in Okakuya. Bit of foraging going on with the Adam storks as well. They are dispersing a little bit. And of course we have all the springbuck that are out and about. A couple of them resting too. But otherwise just a cool scene. Something very different. And something, of course, to admire and enjoy. So lovely to hear all the other birds going off, a couple of doves. I'm going to zoom back out, let's see who else might be present, otherwise we'll just resume the same scene. Really no complaints, lots going on, nice to take it all in as I said. Really just soaking up bird life that is around. So, as I said, a number of birds calling. Just had some southern mouse weavers. Quite far in the distance, some of those red-billed spurfowl. Not too much else going on. So, just had a little peek to see. What we're going to do is get a bit closer in on the Adams storks. Watch some of them as they forage about in the background. And also just watch the springbok as they also go about grazing. So from some very peaceful scenes, it's time for us to cross over to a very mobile Tess and Morgan and see what's going on in Amakhala.
So we have left Phumelela, the female cheetah, and her two sub-adult youngsters. And high up on the ridge overlooking a beautiful valley in Amakhala, we found some black wildebeest, a lot of them, standing around, lying around, relaxing, enjoying the breeze, and some blesbuck, another first for me with you. And it looks like everybody is pretty happy that the sun has come out. And the gemsbuck, yeah. That other one lying down, that's actually a blesbuck. Yeah, that one. Thanks, Morgan. Oh goodness. So one of my favorite things about black wildebeest in particular is those beautiful white longtails. It's not often I get to see them, and they've just got such a different shape to a blue wildebeest to me. That very robust kind of hunched over neck. They look more bulky, they almost look more mean. And in temperament, they are actually a little bit different to a blue wildebeest. So the blue wildebeest is the species we get up in the Kruger National Park, the Greater Kruger National Park area, and even the ones that take part in the migration up in East Africa is a blue wildebeest. The black ones, not actually black, they're a chocolatey brown, but they've got the horns that point forwards, and to me they just seem much more robust. Now they are very prone to running at something that's running at them. Where a blue wildebeest might run in a circle and come back and look at whatever has been trying to chase it, a black wildebeest will run, turn, and come back with force, and they really, really will fight back. So particularly with things like Phumelela and the two cubs, or even the three amigos, the three male cheetahs, they have been seen chasing male black wildebeest, and it hasn't gone very well for them. They've been chased off quite quickly. But it would make quite an entertaining game for them to practice with. But at the moment, these wildebeest are nice and relaxed, as are the blesbucks. I don't think the cheetahs are anywhere close by. So the three males are now officially in this area of Amakhala. They're in the southern section, the main reserve. They crossed through the tunnel yesterday. Judith, the wildebeest got its name from the Afrikaans word, which means wild cow. And if you directly translate it, it literally means wild cow, but wildebeest could also be wild beast. And so because they look a little bit like a cow, but they're the wild version, that's kind of where the name came from. Then the difference between blue and black wildebeest came in with the color variation more than anything. The blue wildebeest got its name because in certain light, the kind of gunmetal gray color that they have looks like it's got a almost navy blue sheen. Where if you look at these, they've got quite a lot more black parts on them. So I suppose just the color variation for the two different subspecies. Now, they don't normally occur in the same areas, so Eastern Cape is traditionally black wildebeest territory, black wild cow territory, and further north you'll find the blue wildebeest have their territories. But there are blue wildebeest that have been introduced in many parts of the Eastern Cape, particularly a lot of the private farms have got blue wildebeest, and that's because they carry the golden wildebeest strain, and that's very popular. Similar to springbuck, they'll also be introduced for the coffee strain or the black strain. Similar to impala, you get black-faced impala, but you also get black impalas. And these are all different genetic variations that have popped up randomly and then actively been bred. So those are very popular to introduce. It looks like majority of them are standing facing away from us. The wind is coming up the ridge, so they're almost standing with their noses into the wind. But they have got their sides to the sun, so because it's been cooler today, they don't mind getting a bit of that heat from the sun. They're not standing with their backs to the sun to try and minimize the heat. They're actually enjoying the combination of the breeze and the sun finally breaking through the clouds enough that we've actually got some golden light coming through. And if you look very carefully in the middle, there are one or two tiny, tiny little wildebeest calves. They're still a very sandy color, similar to the red sands here at Amakhala. And they'll stay very close to mom in particular and lie down in weather like this, or stay in the middle of the herd. Try and keep warm and hidden. They do have a really cool looking mane, which the blue wildebeest don't have. So theirs is kind of a floppy section of black hair that just sits on the side of the neck as it kind of runs down. These ones actually have a mane that stands up. Okay, so it is really, really windy, which I'm sure you can hear, so we're not going to give you a very close-up view, but you can see the shape from here of how their necks look twice as wide as they should be. And that's all that mane sticking out right at the top. So it's not that uncommon to see blesbuck and black wildebeest together. They do like the idea of safety in numbers, and a whole lot of different species are often together. So where Pumelela and her two youngsters are, there will be a combination of things like zebras, black wildebeest, blesbuck, springbuck, all kind of grouping together in the open area. But because in this main section of the reserve there are so many open areas, the game is kind of spread out, and wherever there is an open area you'll find a few species together, and the next open area you get to, again you'll have a few species together. I'm quite surprised there's no zebras, but I suppose they don't like it as high up. They prefer to be down in the plains as opposed to high up on the plateaus or on the crests. Zebras are a bit strange that way. They definitely prefer the lower ground. Maybe it's because of the grass layer that they eat. They prefer to eat the grass layer slightly lower down than the black wildebeest would. A bit more nutritious when you're down the mountain as opposed to up on the top where it's a bit drier. So you can actively see the difference. Where the wildebeest is standing behind them is very green, but in front of them, between us and the wildebeest, it's quite brown or sandy colored, and that's that water running off the crests and gathering in the valleys, where the soil will hold the water for a bit longer. Oh, the sun's disappearing again, it's cooling off. So you might find if the sun stays away for a bit and the wind keeps going, they might all start lying down just to shelter their bodies from that intense wind. They're standing up like that, they're catching a lot of it, and it could make them a little bit colder. For now, I think they're hoping the sun's going to stay out for a bit. So I'm having a look at these blesbok as well. It seems like there are 5 together. I don't see any babies. Four lying down, 1 standing up. They are much better camouflaged than the wildebeest are. They blend in with this brown vegetation up on the crest. But what clearly stands out is that very white face, and it looks like they're wearing white socks. I'm not used to seeing blesbok on safari. This is awesome. Now the one standing, staring at us, is definitely not quite sure about us yet. I think because the wind is so strong, everyone's feeling a little bit extra nervous. But I don't think it'll be long before it forgets that we're here and just carries on. There you go, it's already looking away. But blesbok are not altogether that common across the country. Definitely more an Eastern Cape thing, so they like to be further south. But then you also get the bontebok, which looks incredibly similar. It's almost impossible to tell the difference, except if you look at the face, the bontebok has more white, consistently up to the horns, instead of with that little bar of brown. But those are ridiculously rare, a very close relative of the blesbok. I'd love to see some of those, but I don't think there are any here. Doesn't Mountain Zebra National Park have bontebok?
I think so.
Yeah, I think so as well. I think that's the last time I saw them. That was many, many years ago. But blesbok and black wildebeest, I like that this combination is here because they're both known to be incredibly hardy animals. They could quite easily take on and kill a predator, and they're known to be able to take a good number of knocks before they go down. They're very strong, so despite the thin legs, don't let it deceive you. They are very strong animals to try and pull down. So they are very well known to fight back, in particular with the wildebeest, and with the blesbok they can run and run and run and keep that stamina up for a really long time to move out of the area, even if they're injured. So 2 of the hardiest animals to hunt out here. Those cheetahs would have a hard time if they were to pop up here now. Now, both of these species are predominantly grazers, so you're not really going to find either of them densely in the thickets or in the dense thickets. It doesn't really make sense for them to be there. The thick vegetation or foliage of all of the trees will kind of block the light, and there's a bit of competition between the trees and the grasses. So the best place for them to find palatable grasses is these big open clearings. In fact, I think I've only seen blesbok in open clearings. I've never seen blesbok in a thicket. Megan, almost all antelope species that we see have an incredibly strong social structure and social bonds. So all of the wildebeest subspecies, whether it's black or blue, blesbok, bontebok, even kudus have a pretty strong social structure. Impalas and springbok, absolutely. What else do we find here in the antelopes? Nyalas as well have a pretty strong social structure. So they all almost rely on it as their form of survival. you know, many eyes and ears to keep a lookout and to help you keep your baby safe. But when the males start moving off or get kicked out, then it becomes important that they either form a bachelor herd or go off on their own, which is a little bit more difficult. So that kind of is the basic overall structure. There is going to be an exception when you get to things like duikers, steenbuck, klipspringers. They tend to be either alone or in pairs. Duikers particularly alone. Steenbuck and klipspringers like to be in pairs, monogamous pairs. They'll stay together as long as they can in their lives. So that's kind of a little bit of an exception to the rule. But that is still social, it's just monogamous. It's not completely solitary. Nothing out here could survive if it was completely solitary, because they have to have social interactions at some point to procreate. So there's always a bit of a limit on that. But even giraffes are incredibly social animals. Hippos are social animals, and they're not even a hoofed animal, technically. So all of them are really, really social. The cats are social as well. Buffaloes are really social. Elephants are really social. Even black rhinos are social, and white rhinos. All of the animals that you would find in Africa and South Africa, particularly the herbivores, are social. I heard of a very interesting interaction the other day. I know I mentioned it in my last stint when I was at Djuma, but a very interesting interaction between black and white rhinos together. And a black rhino calf was actually playing with adult white rhinos, and the mom was standing by very happily, not worried at all about the interaction. And that's definitely something I have never seen, hardly ever heard of. And it happened for a long time. You know, it was an extended sighting. I think it was probably about an hour, if not more. Although, I might be wrong, I'll have to double check that. But it was a very long sighting. And that to me is fascinating. Even though it's a different species, they're still really social. If you're looking at interspecific sociable skills, then pretty much any of these plains games, they like to be together. Zebras, wildebeest, giraffe, impala, springbuck, blesbuck. They all like to hang out together when they can. They don't have to, but they like to, because it just keeps them safe. It's a whole lot of different levels. Some have better smell than others, some have better eyesight, some have better hearing. So it just makes sense. Okay, I think we are going to move on and see what else we can find, but it sounds like Nick in Kariga still has some antelopes over there. Maybe he can continue the conversation.
So unfortunately, we did just lose Nick there, and we'll be back again with him momentarily, but still enjoying this lovely scene that is here. Really relishing in the fact that all these Adam storks are still present and around for us. So nice to have. Very awesome sighting, really. Lots of them about, still lots of them foraging. And of course the springbok also foraging as well. You also just hear that as Egyptian geese. So what I'm going to do is perhaps zoom out, see if some of them aren't swimming or foraging. Otherwise we'll come join these rather close springbok. And really enjoy all of that as well. So I'm going to do exactly that. Looks like a little bit of jostling going on between these two. And a little different view for now. So lots more Adam storks out and about foraging on this side. Of course, I also have all these springbuck that have kind of descended upon us as well. It looks like a couple of springbucks parting the Adam stalks there. As I said, a number of them foraging about. And right, really quite cool just to have one or two of them here eating these little devilthorn flowers, of course some of the grass, and really capitalizing on the bounties of the wet season.
Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic.
Did you miss all? Never fear, you won't have to miss another beat on Wild Earth again with our Catch-Ups channel, where you can rewatch missed safaris and shows whenever you please. Only available on the Wild Earth app.
Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic morning.
So really, really enjoyable. A lovely scene unfolding here. Lovely bull elephant that has joined us. We've got some awesome birds calling as well. Really, just how special is that? Looking us kind of straight in the eye at the moment. Maybe aware that we are watching him. So lovely and close. You can just see how wrinkled that skin is. Around 4.5 odd centimeters thick at its thickest part. Of course, not as thick in the groove of that wrinkle. Probably around 2.5 odd centimeters there. But a lovely bull ellie. Very peaceful. Definitely not a must. He doesn't have any temporal kind of secretion at the moment. It looks like he has been, obviously he's walked straight through us, but it looks like he's also thrown some mud on himself at some point. His back a little bit moist as well. Hi Nathan, yes, he really is a stunner. And lovely to see him this close. Now that he's kind of relaxed a little bit, let's get him closer. Have a look at that eye of his. Very cool. He should have an amber eye. Long eyelash as well. Oh, there we go. Lovely to see that as well. Little head toss. That was just his ears that flapped about like that. So how's that? Very cool. Being able to have a look at his eye. He's going to move off though, I think, a little bit. Let's just have a look. Very long eyelashes, obviously helping to protect against any dust and that might be blowing around at times. Just look at that skin. Really, really cool. What a scene. Super special. It's always special being able to watch ellies go about their day. One of my favorite activities, at least in the bush. Really fantastic. A lovely scene. Don't get better than that. Kind of just by the tree at the moment. We're going to have to just sit over here because unfortunately we'll lose that side of his face. But awesome just to watch that ear. Of course, the ear is the thinnest part, and that is what helps them regulate, helping them move their blood around. And of course, when they do splash themselves or wallow, they also then that mud behind their ears or the water as well. So it also helps with their regulation too. So kind of the elephant's aircon. You can see those big blood vessels and veins moving through that ear. Of course, with the African savanna elephant, this one like we have now, that ear shaped almost in the African continent, and with their Asian cousins shaped like the Indian continent, or like India really, or Asian continent there. So subcontinent at least. So just a cool point of entrance. And of course, those Asian ellies, far more sleek and kind of smooth skin as well. Some quite pink as well in their noses. And not all of them have tusks, although they aren't, or there are ellies in Africa, and predominantly cows that don't have tusks as well. But just interesting little facts on elephants. I'm going to zoom back out. Definitely treating us to a good time, but just on the edge of the tree really where the camera is, so that is why we have that little blurred line. So apologies for that. Anyone that wishes to see him better, this is really the extent of what we can show you at the moment, because he does move behind the tree, you might lose him, and this is really the tree trunk that is there at the moment. And nice to hear that chagra as well. Lovely bird call that they have as well. So very cool. Background chagra. Really peaceful. Lovely to be able to just sit, switch off and watch elephant. As I said, a lovely pastime to enjoy. Sadly, he's going to go behind the trunk, it seems. At least his head is behind the trunk. Let's just see, perhaps maybe one or two others have come through as well. Otherwise, we'll get a glimpse of his rear. So we've got a hammerkop here, it seems. And Walter wanting to know if elephant skins expand as they get older. And I mean, it depends on how you look at that, Walter. But, you know, as an elephant gets older and grows, of course, that skin will grow with them. So skin being an organ, the dermis. And that dermis obviously will grow as they get older. Much the same as with humans. As you grow, your dermis also gets bigger. So definitely gets bigger. In terms of expanding, I don't think that is the case. But it definitely grows and suits and catches up with their size. So as they grow and get bigger, that skin obviously gets bigger with them, obviously to cover that animal. So that would be any animal. As I said, lovely hammerkop over there. We'll come join that if the Ellie has moved off. Otherwise, I'm just going to sit and watch him for a moment. Sadly, that eddy kind of moving behind the tree. But what we're going to do is we're going to zoom in and have a look at that hammerkop. There's a brown hooded kingfisher that's calling right now. Of course, there's lots of woodlands kingfishers as well. But that is the brown hooded kingfisher that's calling right there. Here's this hammerkop. As the name states, hammerhead. Very cool. Awesome to see. I think perhaps going for a frog or two that might be here. Just awesome to watch. Some arrow-marked babblers as well in the distance. That's rather cool. So kind of checking out if there is anything for it to poach or spear there with its lovely beak. Very cool birds. Of course, some superstition that does surround them. And a guard superstition, at least in these areas, is if you ever were to drive underneath a hammerkorp's nest and one flew out, it does bring very bad luck. So something that all guards kind of avoid. There's a crested barbet calling now as well. And the woodlands kingfisher too. So awesome scene. Nice to have this hammerkorp as well. Of course, lovely to spend time with that elephant. We'll go and check and see if the Ellies come back out as well in a moment, but nice to spend time with a different bird. Again, that hammercob has now moved. And they are rather substantial, pretty big, a couple of meters wide, just wading through over here. Of course, different nests, different sizes as well, also depends on the tree. They can get rather massive. They can also be home to a number of other things as well, sometimes even black mambas. Well, they really are substantial structures, as I said. So, I mean, they can weigh up to around 50 kgs, really, in terms of mass. And you're looking at around 6 foot by 6 foot in size. Really, really big. Of course, I did mention some of the superstitions that do go around or form around Hammakopp. And another one of them is that if one flies over your home, then it is believed to be an omen of death. And sometimes people will then burn down that house or move entirely away from that area just because of that. Also, supposedly, if Hammakopp also call at night, it's also thought that someone might then pass away during the night. But enough of that morbid topic. Not really the best ways to kickstart a Friday afternoon. Yeah, we were talking about the nest, and around up to 50 kgs. It's generally made of the sticks and reeds, grass, other dead plant matter as well. Normally in the fork of a tree, sometimes on cliffs, and even possibly on the ground. It takes them around 4 months though to build that nest too. So interesting things. And as I said, a number of other species also use those nests. There's some owls, geese even, other ducks, pigeons, and even kestrels. So this one, as we've noted, hunting at the moment, going after its favorite food, probably little frogs, perhaps a platana. It's kind of like basically a freshwater frog. They have claws as well. African cuckoo as well, calling in the background. Let me just check if that elephant is here, otherwise we'll come back and join the Hammakopp. Nice to see one anyway. So our Ellie has moved off, and now we're back with the Hammakopp. We're going to just enjoy some quiet moments with it. A little bit of preening going on, perhaps some hunting as well though. So we'll just have to wait and see. But definitely looking for little frogs or tadpoles. That will be around this little pan right now. So what we are doing is just sitting here with the Hammerkop, watching it go about its day. Does look like it's going to do a little bit of foraging, look for a couple of tadpoles or perhaps frogs. So we'll just have to wait and see how that goes. Perhaps we'll get a last minute kill. Who knows? But we'll just have to be patient. And just have a little bit of a preen. Unfortunately, the Ellie bull has also just moved on. So, a little bit of a bathe as well. So very cool. Lovely to see. Some different behavior for the day. Of course, a different bird species as well. There's also a greenback Cameroptera that is calling too. So scooting around the fringes of the little pan at the moment. A little bit of bathing still going on. And we're waiting to see it kind of forage. And start there. No, a little bit more bathing. We're waiting to see it kind of start hunting for the little frogs and that might be about here. So it seems like bathing is the course of action for the moment. As I said, we're just going to sit here, try and watch to see if it does hunt. Sure that it is rather hungry anyway. Woodlands kingfisher again. So in between this bathing, perhaps a little bit of foraging. We'll just have to wait and see. Hi Abigail, and as mentioned, they primarily will go for little frogs and tadpoles, other invertebrates as well. Of course, little fish in that too, but primarily frogs. Looks like the Hammerkop has flown off. I'm going to zoom back out. Perhaps what we will do. Oh, there he is. Just gone away from us. Come back into that. Lovely to see that head. Clearly giving that defining name, the Hammerkop. The hammerhead. So easily notable from that at the moment. There we go. She gone. It's kind of on the other side. So going to that dead tree over the other side. Let's see if we can't get it in the tree there. The other side of Gowrie Dam at the moment. What I will do is try and position for it. How long it will stay perched in the tree remains to be seen. But very cool nonetheless. a little bit of preening going on at the moment. Actually lovely just to spend some time with something different like this. Of course, we've had lots of different birds throughout the course of the day. Lovely to see that really large flock of Adam storks up in Okakuyo. And really great to get some insight and some intimate time with this Hammerkop. Quite cool watching this bird go through its preening routine. You can see it kind of chipping through all those long feathers. Just making sure there are no parasites or anything like that on it. And of course, just making sure everything is aligned. Very cool to watch. So just enjoying these quiet moments with our Hammerkop. He's been going through his cleaning routine. I'm going to zoom back out. We're going to see who else is about. Otherwise, we'll come back and join him. Unfortunately, the Ellie bull did move off. Just check in again with the Egyptian geese. It looks like they aren't to be seen either. So everyone kind of giving us the slip at the moment. Lovely cloud cover, of course, some rain earlier in Djuma. It looks like it has lifted for the moment, but much needed rain. With the cool conditions, lots of birds about as well. So that's why we've been able to call out so many different calls, in particular at 1:30 in the afternoon, Central African time. So very much giving us some awesome audio. So let's see if Ellie hasn't decided to come back down here. It did seem he was going to move on off, and I think that is exactly that. That is the case. So what we will do is go back to our Hammerkorp. Hopefully it hasn't flown off just yet. No, it's still there. And we'll spend our last moments with the Hammerkorp. Still going through a bit of a preening routine. Hopefully it's going to face us as well. We're able just to see that lovely head structure that it does have, of course alluding to its name. So you'll also just pick up that audio of that African cuckoo. Lovely to hear. Of course, that cuckoo sound that is going off. Obviously, still awesome watching this Hammerkorp as it preens itself and goes through those feathers like that. Very meticulous. Of course, most birds are. Making sure everything is aligned. So as I said, not too much going on. Of course, we're just enjoying this Hammerkorp as it preens itself, cleans up. Probably making sure everything is in order after some wind and rain earlier on. Hoping it does turn and face us. But we've had a really awesome sighting. It's not something we see all the time. So no complaints. Lovely to spend some time with different things. Of course, not too much else going on around Gari Dam at the moment. So really indulging us in its day-to-day life at the moment. My pleasure, Wendy. Thank you so much for joining us today on Escape to Nature. It has been an awesome escape. We've seen some very awesome things, some different things as well. Lots of birds. them being the highlight. Of course, that rather massive flock of Adam storks. Of course, lovely cheetah sightings down in Amakhala as well. Lots going on with Nick, and nice to see that crocodile with Ben as well. So been really fun. It has been fantastic, but of course it is sadly that time where we do have to bid you farewell, say cheerio, enjoy the rest of your Friday and the start of your weekends. Of course, thank you very much from myself and the rest of the guides. Of course, thank you to the MC, as well as the habitat and the lovely wildlife that has joined us throughout our escape to nature. So do stay tuned. Of course, we do just have Just Nature to follow. A lovely meditative experience for you all to indulge in this Friday. And then it is Wild Watch before the Sunset Safari. So do stay tuned. And of course, do join us again tomorrow as we escape to nature once again, 8:30 Central African time. But do have a fantastic Friday further. Cheerio.
Wild Earth is looking for unique wildlife sightings filmed by you. They can be old or new, from anywhere in the world, and filmed on a camera or on your phone. In return, we will give you cash, an opportunity to win a prize, and a chance to see your clip on TV with your name in the credits. It's easy. Head over to wildearth.tv/content to find out more.
Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic.
You miss all. Never fear, you won't have to miss another beat on Wild Earth again with our Catch-Ups channel, where you can rewatch missed safaris and shows whenever you please. Only available on the Wild Earth app.
Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic morning.